A very good morning once again to one and all. Welcome back to the finale of the IPSC IT Fest 2021. A special shout out goes to all the parents who have taken time out to join us for today's event. I really pray and hope that you have a great time learning, appreciating, and enjoying today's events. Now, the young children are here to evoke the positivity with a school prayer. Over to you, children.
Hold my hand, oh God, lead the way. Help me be good every day. Hold my hand, oh God, lead the way. Help me be good every day.
That was really wonderful, children. Thank you so much. Now, a quick brief on the events to follow through the day. Once I finish briefing you, Parnab sir will take over and declare the remaining topics of the day and the finalists, post which we will have the debate finals, the quiz finals on Zoom link 1, which is the same link that we are all at. This will be followed by the debate finals again on the same link that we are at. You'd be glad to know that the Babbage programming event has been on since 9 in the morning on Zoom link 3, and children are performing wonderfully well. Once after the quiz finals and the debate finals, we will start the closing ceremony and the winner declaration event. We will be joined by a very special guest for this. We will have Mr. Anil Sharma, who's the principal of Birla Vidya Mandir, Nainital, join us during the closing event. So that's how we have lined up an exciting day ahead for all of you. So sit back and take a great flight ahead. Thank you. The quiz finals are about to start. A quick announcement and a roll call for the teams who have qualified. First, the Assam Valley School, Assam. Modern School, Barakamba Road. Mayo College, Girls School, Ajmer. Scindia School, Gwalior. And a tiebreaker between YPS Mohali and the Emerald Heights International School, Indore. A very warm congratulations to all the finalists. Could we have all the schools? I see a lot of chat coming in with children writing present. Could we have the school representatives mention their school's name in the chat? Okay, I see Emerald Heights is here, Scindia School here, AVS here, right, YPS Mohali here. Genesis Global School, thank you. I'm glad that you're here, but I'm sorry you're not one of the finalists. Modern School Barakamba noted that you're here. So Emerald Heights, Yadvendra Public School, Scindia School, Gwalior, Mayo College Girls School. Mayo College Girls School, are you here? I haven't received a message from anyone yet. Thank you, LK Singhania School, for confirming. Thank you, Man School. Mayo College Girls School. I'm still waiting for your confirmation. We can start the quiz finals as long as you confirm your presence. Mayo College Girls School. Okay, my apologies, audience. There's a slight correction. The third quiz finalist is LK Singhania Education Center. All right, and I do have confirmation from LK Singhania. The slide on the pinned on the screens, on your screens right now, also lists the quiz finalists. I will repeat: the Assam Valley School, Modern School Barakamba, LK Singhania, Scindia School, and a tiebreaker between YPS Mohali and Emerald Heights International School, Indore. Thank you. YPS Mohali, I do have a confirmation from you. I've been given to understand that Harshpreet Singh from YPS Mohali team is not present yet.
Ma'am, he'll just join in 1 minute. I'm sorry.
Okay, is that Aryan Gupta?
Yes, ma'am. Aryan from YPS.
All right. Thank you, Aryan. Right. Since we have confirmation of presence of all the quiz finalists, over to you, Pranav sir. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. We'll begin with the tiebreaker of the two teams. So, participants from the Emerald Heights International School and YPS Mohali, you need to send your 3 tiebreaker questions written down to us immediately on a WhatsApp. We'll give you the WhatsApp number on screen. 3 questions, wouldn't take long. We'll look at all the 3 answers. It's like a shootout. Decide on a tiebreaker, which team qualifies for the finals to join 4 other teams for the formal commencement of the quiz final round. So, both the members from Emerald Heights, if you could put your telephone WhatsApp link on, both members from YPS Mohali, you can put your WhatsApp telephone link on. I'll share the number with you now. Can we share a phone number? No, let's leave all these complications out. The quiz has started. Let's get with the quiz. No, Rao sir is sitting here. So, type a slide and send a quiz telephone number. Teams, if you can see the number in the chat box, the WhatsApp number for answer submission, 7083 7083 929 755. 7083 929 755. Write your name, your team name, and answer 3 questions and send an individual WhatsApp. Send an individual WhatsApp. Save the number to check it's working. We open the number here. Now that all teams are there, we begin with the 3 questions for the WhatsApp answer submission. 3 questions. You need to send 30 seconds after the last question is asked. 3 questions. Time permitting, I'll ask one more. So there'll be about 4 questions. And time permitting, there won't be 5. We'll stick to 4. I thought of initially 3, but I think we'll squeeze in 4 if it's a one-line answer, not more than that. So send all your 4 answers to the designated WhatsApp number for us to correct immediately and give you the 5 teams for the finals. 4 you already know, the 5th team joining them. Questions. First one. The logo is derived from the initial of a Nordic king's name. Identify the technology we are talking about. Logo has been derived from the initials of a Nordic king's name. Identify the technology we are talking about. 1. Question number 1. Question 2. NFC is a set of communication protocols for communication between 2 electronic devices over a distance of 4 centimeters or less. Expand NFC. Expand NFC. That's question number 2. Question number 3. Question number 3. Okay. His name is Jeff Raskins. He was the head of a major project at Apple. Which project began with Jeff Raskins as head? Question number 3. Question number 3. Finally, question 4, and we take submission. Logo is a programming language developed for kids. Expand logo and who developed it? Expand logo and who developed it? 2-part question. Expand logo and who developed it? You have exactly 30 seconds from now to submit your WhatsApp. The time's going on. We've stopped the time. Thank you so much. We've stopped the time. Thank you so much. We'll compile the answers and tell you in a jiffy the fifth team that qualified. Both teams 6 each. Both 6 points each. So we move to another 5 questions, after which we'll try sudden death. Another 5 questions. Could you be prepared to answer? Another 5 questions.
Will you
And then
please just wait for
this time the
10
submission
seconds?
time is 15 seconds from the last question. Submission time is 15 seconds from the last question. Here we go for next 5 questions. All set for the next 5 questions. Question 1. What does Metcalfe law state, or Metcalfe's law state? What does Metcalfe's law state? Question number 1. Question 2. Name the mascot of Java. Question 1. What does Metcalfe's law state? Question 2. Name the mascot of Java. Question 3. Question 3. 787 laundry soaps was a famous product from which company? And this is an IT quiz. 787 to be more precise, not 787, 787 laundry soaps was a famous product of which company? This is an IT quiz. Number 3. Question number 4. Peter Stern was the creator of this famous URL shortening website. Name the website. Peter Stern was the creator of this famous URL shortening website. Name the website. Okay. The last one, the 5th one. Louis von Ahn, the creator of CAPTCHA, is more famously known as the creator of this language learning app. Which app? Louis von Ahn, the creator of CAPTCHA, is more famously known as the creator of this language learning app. Name the app. That's question number 5. We'll squeeze in one more. We have a little time on hand. We'll squeeze in one more. Okay. Try to work this out. Name the 3 full names of an app called Swiggy, founded by which 3 founders? Swiggy app, founded by which 3 founders? Give me the 3 names. 6 questions, and your 15 seconds starts now. Time's over. If all your WhatsApps can land on our phone, we'll quickly correct it for the second phase, the tiebreaker.
Keshav Gupta from LK Singhania. Quiz finalist Keshav Gupta from LK Singhania. Request you to confirm your presence. Keshav Gupta from LK Singhania. Please confirm your presence. Teacher in charge and quiz partner, please ensure that he joins the meeting right away. Rachit, please check on your team member. Okay, Keshav. All right. Thank you for confirming, Keshav. Keshav requests you to to log in with the correct name. Please rename yourself to the name that you've enrolled in the contest with. Thank you.
Assam Valley School, both members, Arav
Yes, sir.
and Vasuman.
Present, sir.
Modern School, Barakamba Road, Rijul and Sharanya. LK Singhania.
Present, sir.
We have to write the two members' names. Two members' names. You'll get it from here. LK Singhania. Sindhya School, Gwalior, Shaurya and Vedansh.
Present, sir.
Joined by Tanishk and Purav from Emerald Heights. Total marks is 6 each on the first tiebreaker, 10 and 9 on the second tiebreaker. 10 and 9 on second tiebreaker, 787 bar soap, which many of you missed, is from a company called Wipro. So some identified that as Banaspati by Wipro. We still give half points. Vanaspati is of course a different product. Bar soap is a different product. But if you have Wipro in the answer, we still give you points. See, when you have a company name, don't give extra words. Just give me the corporate company that is Wipro. Corporate company that is Wipro, so that we can identify the company itself. Wipro shifted from soap to software. That was the whole question. The entire makeover of the company Wipro. When you give additional information, the problem is, usually in quiz, we take the first answer and not the second answer, though we haven't. Wherever we saw Wipro, we gave you points. So, congratulations to all the teams. We begin with the first question in the finals. Now something, Cruz sir, if you take over, we have to pin every child we are asking the question. Pin every child we are asking the question. Okay.
So, Tilson, can you please expand on the format of the quiz?
They will send it in mail.
No, now it's a direct question directed to them.
So how many questions are there in the quiz?
Yeah. In the same order we said, yeah. Same way. Same way.
Assam Valley, Modern, LK Singhania, Sindhya, and Emerald.
Sir, can you please elaborate on the rules of the quiz?
Okay, here we go. First question for the Assam Valley School. If we could have the children pinned on the screen, and we have to do it constantly. True, sir. We have to constantly do it. By the time you say, sir, will do, it will take a long, long time. And the whole question will go, the whole thing will take way too long.
So what are the rules for the quiz?
Assam Valley Modern School, Barakamba,
So how many
BK Birla Centre, Sindhia School, Emerald Heights.
So how many rounds in the format?
Yeah, both the team members, individual questions. Individual questions, you have to pin one guy at a time. No, you don't have to pin both. If there are two-member team, pin the first guy, the first answer, pin the second guy, second answer.
Sir, can you please tell the rules?
Take the names down. Take the names down. From there. Let me change it here. Can you unmute Rachit and Keshav? Make them panelists. Yeah. Yeah. Could you switch on your video once? This is a quiz final, so your privacy of video being switched off is not of much use. Please finish the quiz finals, participants, and you can switch your videos off respectively. The hand has to be in this posture while answering.
Right, sir.
The hand has to be in this posture while answering. A right answer without this hand posture is considered as wrong. Hand has to be in the following posture while answering. A right answer without this hand posture is considered wrong. Here we go. Are we ready? We can see them on the screen. Here, but while answering. When they're not answering, your hand is okay. Because this doesn't pass. Yeah. 5. Yeah, but teams will come as it is. One by one.
Sir, can you explain the rules first?
This view is fine. But you have to pin some because the entire 10 will not come in this. There are 10 people. We can't get 10 on the same screen. See, one school finishes, you have to pin the next school.
Sir, Rajit hasn't
Get
been
the
promoted
initials
as a
of the
panelist.
guys. Keep pinning them on the well. Okay. The rules of the participants. Direct question for you. 10 for direct. Nothing for bonus because the question doesn't pass. There will be 2 visual rounds. There may be one round in which any one of you can answer the question. That will be the joint round. But otherwise, individual rounds, your individual scores will be added for the school score. So 99% questions, each of you face individually. We will have 2 rounds for, clockwise, 2 rounds anti-clockwise. Each round is 10 questions, 5 teams, 1 individual question for you. That question won't pass to the next team, neither will it pass to your teammate. There is no pounds. There is no infinite bounds. There is no buzzer. There is no negative marking. No ounce, no pounds, no buzzer, no negative marking. Straight normal quizzing, question directed at you. 10 for the direct. There isn't anything for the bonus. Okay. We can pin the teams there. I can have a watch at the television next to me. I can watch the television next to me. Expected hand while hearing the question, always this.
Excuse me, sir.
If you're giving a right without this hand movement, then it's a wrong answer. What we need to do is, instead of constantly looking at children and doing it, if one of you can look at the children, other of you can look at the hand posture. Otherwise, we'll just constantly look at finding names for next half an hour. It won't help. And Cruz sir, you're a veteran from last year's conclave. So this should be water for you. Yeah, so pin one each, pin one each, no issues. Pin one each. You're a veteran from last year's conclave. I mean, you're not searching for Einstein in a maze. You're a participant. One name, first name, you remember. Okay. Question number 1. I can see your hand on the television screen next to me. Not very far from me. Could you tilt your laptop enough to reveal at least the body gate? Could you tilt your laptop enough to reveal, like Keshav is perfectly okay. Keshav is perfectly okay. I can see Keshav's shirt, but I can't see Arav's. Please tilt your laptop enough to reveal that the two hands are seen, because your two hands are not seen on the screen, then it just becomes theater, not quiz. Okay, question number 1. Question number 1 from Arav. Then will be Vasuman, then Rijul and Sharanya, then Rachit and Keshav, Shaurya and Vedansh, Tanishk and Purab. First question for you, Arav. Keep pinning, because I can't pin and ask a question. I'll purely ask a question. This music app is owned by Apple and named after a DC superhero. Which app am I talking about? Which app am I talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And music.
Sorry, comes back to me. Comes back to me, Arav. So are you unmuting yourself and answering? Wait a second. Yeah, go ahead.
iMusic.
Huh?
iTunes.
From the answer is Shazam. 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 Second question, Vasuman. This one's for you. Okay? I'm ticking as I am asking each of the questions. The first .com registered company in India was founded by Ajit Balakrishnan. Name the company.
So by whom, can you repeat?
Ajit Balakrishnan. First .com company, first .com domain to be more precise, to be registered in India, primarily into the field of news. Not only in the field of news, but primarily in the field of news.
Sir, Redis.
Rediff, right, 10 points. Modern School, Balakamba Road, Rijul. First question for you. Okay. First question. What does the tagline of Reddit say? What does the tagline of Reddit say? First one. Both the hands, please. Both the hands. I can see one hand. I'm not seeing the other hand. Yeah, that's okay.
I was unmuting myself, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. The front page of the internet, Reddit.
What does the tagline of Reddit say?
The front page of the internet.
The front page of the internet. I read it on Reddit. Wrong. I read it on Reddit. Second one. Not the front page. I said tagline. Second one. I think in the world there's a market for maybe 5 computers. He was proved wrong and proved right in two different ways of specialization. Revolutionary Indian, made his mark in the US market. Name the person. Sharanya. I think in the world there's a market for maybe 5 computers. Very, 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 very well-known Indian. Went on to become one of the biggest players in the world market for computer.
Is it Sabir Bhatia?
Sabir Bhatia, very good try. Yahoo and then went to Arzu. Not Sabir Bhatia. His name is Vinod Gupta. Not Sabir Bhatia, Vinod Gupta.
Okay.
Next two for Rachit and Keshav. Next two for Rachit and Keshav. First one for Rachit. First one for Rachit. This one's for you. Vic Hayes, father of what?
Pardon, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Vic Hayes, father of what? Vichayes. Vic Hayes, father of what? Sorry, comes back to me. Comes back to me. Wi-Fi. Father of Wi-Fi. Next one. Keshav. The question. This award is considered to be the Nobel Prize for computing. Which award am I talking about?
Millennium Technology Award.
Millennium Technology Award comes back to me. Turing Award, named after Alan Turing. Turing Award, named after Alan Turing. Okay, next two. First one for Shaurya. First one for Shaurya. Kevin System, Mike Krieger. Kevin System, Mike Krieger. Shaurya? Yeah, Kevin System, Mike Krieger. Name their most famous brand development. Sorry, comes back to me.
Sir?
Yeah.
So am I audible?
You're audible, but the next time we would be very, very precise over the fact that the hand obfuscating the screen, despite audibility, will be considered as another question.
Right, sir.
Yeah, the answer.
Now, so that is BioTeam.
Byju's.
Yes, sir.
Kevin System, Mike Krieger is Instagram. Next one, Vedansh. This is for you. This is for you. Pavel Duvrov created an app primarily to boost, a spark of creativity in himself. Which one would be the app? Pavel Duvrov developed an app to spark the creativity in himself. Which app? Comes back to me. The app is called Telegram. Telegram, which went on to also revolutionize the way we read beyond WhatsApp. Next two. Tanishq, the first one. Okay. A free open source cross-platform email client, personal information manager, and a chat client developed by the Mozilla Foundation. Give me one operative word. Mozilla Foundation, free open source cross-platform email client, personal information manager, news client. Mozilla Foundation is a foundation. So unlike proprietary softwares, it looks at, if not completely open source, largely open source. The word I'm looking for.
GitHub.
No, comes back to me. Mozilla Thunderbird. Mozilla Thunderbird. Purav, this is for you. This is for you. Okay, okay. Get this. Who owns Comixology?
Comixology.
Comixology. Comixology. Comixology. Amongst other things, they own Comixology.
Okay. I'll go with Google.
Google, yeah, it's a big player, but not Google. The company is called Amazon. Comixology is owned by Amazon, amongst its various other interesting businesses. Okay, we finished the first round clockwise. Now we move to the first round, visual. Visual clues. Clockwise, but visual clues. Yeah. Nalla sir, you given the points as we go along? Yeah. Please screen share. Huh? I'll tell you the name. They'll pin, you share. First one for Arav. In the sense, whoever pinged or not pinged, when I call out the name, that guy answers. Okay? Arav, first one for you. Okay. Visual number one. Fairly easy. Product. If you don't know, also sitting next to you will answer.
Hyundai car.
Huh?
Tata Hyundai. Tata car.
Tata car is, of course, with a T in the front, child. Of course, it's a Tata car.
So what is the question?
Sorry, comes back to me. Tiago. Of course, it's a Tata car. You can see T in the front.
Tata Tiago.
It's Tata Tiago. No points. Next one for Vasuman. Yeah. Okay, formation of which company? A company's founders are giving shapes to it.
Sir, Infosys.
Infosys. We don't see the usual first ones. Narayan Murthy, Shibu Shibulal. No, this is Sheridan and Nambiar, a company called BPL. Very, very big player in 80s and 90s, then faded out. Now BPL is slowly coming back. It's called British Physical Laboratories. In India, popularly called BPL. Largely based out of Bangalore, but had a huge amount of FMCG network across India. BPL. Next one, Rijul. Okay. One of the early movers of the product that you already see behind. So I don't need to tell you the product. The guy's name. Rijul, the guy's name.
Jan Combe.
Jan Combe, no. Brian Acton. Comes back to me. Sharanya, next one for you. Zoom it a bit. Anyway, he's clear. He's fairly clear. A telecom tycoon owns very, very important telecom assets across the world, but most importantly, Mexico. Name the person. We are going beyond Tim Cook, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
I have.
Try something. There is no negative marking. Right, wrong is not the point. Sorry, comes back to me. His name is Carlos Slim. Okay. Next one for Rachit. Nalla sir. Cruz sir has understood the gravity of the situation. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, the company. Rachit, the company. Twitter. Sorry, comes back to me. A woman pioneer of a company called Hewlett Packard. HP. This one for me, or rather for you, Keshav. Okay, Keshav. Keshav, give me the famous surname. Keshav,
Yes, sir.
give me the famous surname amongst other things. Famous surname. And the famous surname will always give the answer to you. Sorry, Keshav, comes back to me. Daimler. Gottlieb Daimler. Daimler, of course, was a pioneer of very, very early informatics, automation, automaking. Next one, Nalla sir. Mani sir, lovely. Wonderful to see you. We'll move on to the next question, sir, a little later. Yeah. Next one. Name the space navigation company. Of course, owned by him.
Sir, for whom is the question for?
The question is for Keshav.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Shaurya. No, one second. Rachit and Keshav is over. Shaurya.
Yes. Sir, that is So,
Shaurya, yeah. The company for space navigation.
sir, Blue Origin.
Blue Origin. On the direct. Vedansh. Next one. Okay. The famous surname. The famous surname. Of course, he has a name, but we'll go by the surname. Sorry, Vedansh.
Ireland.
No, not Ireland. Comes back to me. Person called Benz. Carl Benz. I gave two in a row. Daimler and Benz. Carl Benz. Yeah. Next one, Tanishq. Tanishq.
Yes, sir.
The company that began way back in Ireland and now continues to make waves, marries a lot of natural life sciences with cutting edge information technology. The lady and
Nokia.
lady and the company, Nokia, lady.
I don't know her name.
Sorry, Kiran Mazumdar Shaw. The company is called Biocon. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, company is called Biocon. Sir is keeping track. He's in fact doing the best of the three. Sir is keeping track. Don't worry about that. Purab. Next one. Company. Company.
Yes, it's a bull.
Yeah, this should be for you.
This is a car, Lamborghini.
Though you gave the wrong answer halfway through the first, we'll give you 10. Lamborghini, not Ducati. Slowly, Lamborghini. You get plus 10, anti-clockwise. Put up first one for you.
Yep.
Name the geographical place.
Jamshedpur.
No. Geographical place as in the brand name of the car. That's a hint for you. The brand name is a geographical name.
This is a Jeep. So, desert?
Desert. No, it's a very, very state-of-the-art Jeep that runs a fascinating navigation system. It's Mahindra. The company is called Thar. Mahindra Thar. Thar, of course, is a desert.
Yeah.
Just the desert we can't give you point. Mahindra Thar. Thar, of course, is a desert. Tanishq, next one for you. The person. Tanishq, the person. We want the surname. Because I already gave you the name.
I think he's an F1 driver. So
Surname, child surname.
I think it should be either Stappen or I think I'll go with Stappen.
Verstappen. Please don't shorten his short name. I'm Mukherjee. I'm not G.
Right.
Yeah, Verstappen. Max Verstappen. You can see Max in the visual. Half the answer is given to you already in the visual. Give him plus 10. Vedansh, next one for you. Vedansh, very interesting man with a very interesting media empire and way too many other causes, along with, of course, information technology as to why he's in the quiz. Okay, the person. Eponymous name. We've heard his surname in the field of media 1,000 times. Surname. I'm not saying his name. If you know the name, you know the surname.
The Ford.
The Ford, no, Michael Bloomberg. Shaurya, next one for you. Again, if you don't answer, Rao sir will answer. Shaurya, the
Yes,
car.
sir. The Skoda Superb.
Skoda Superb, plus 10. Keshav, next one for you. Okay, great man, great role. What can I ask you? Okay, the simplest one. The series. Series, the simplest one. Quickly answer, you get points, we move on. I can either name the character, you can name the person who's playing the role, which are a little more difficult. Character is easy, person playing the role is a little more difficult.
Star Wars.
No, it's Star Trek. They're not Des Moines. Sorry. Rachit, this one's for you. Okay, what do we see? Rachit, what do we see? Sorry, comes back to me, Rachit. 5 seconds up. We see a telephone. Last year we saw differential engine, analytical engine, ENIAC, EDVAC, EDSAC. If you look at the whole computing history, this is, by the way, the telephone. Okay. Sharanya. Okay. Tell me the company.
Is this Linux?
Linux, absolutely. You get your 10. Rijul, next one for you. Okay. Revolutionary for what she did years back. Who's she?
She was the first woman in space. Yana.
I'm waiting. You're already half wrong. If you can be completely wrong, it's okay. If you can be half wrong and give the surname, sorry, it comes back to me. Valentina Tereshkova. Valentina Tereshkova. CCCP is Soviet Union. It doesn't exist anymore. That should give it away to you. CCCP. Next one. Vasuman Lohia. Left under controversial circumstances. Left under controversial circumstances.
I have to name the man, right?
Name the man.
Sir, is he Cyrus Mystery?
Not Cyrus Mystery.
Vishal Saikia, sir.
Vishal Saikia also, no? Vishal Sikka from Infosys, who was later removed and Anand Murthy came back. Not Saikia. I could have given you the second answer, but it is Vishal Sikka, S-I-K-K-A. Next one for Arav Jain. Arav, the last one. We have one more visual. Okay. Goes something like this, Arav. Goes something like this. Two-part question. First part, I'll show you something on the screen. Can we get back to the main screen? Can we get back to the main screen? Yeah. Yeah. Could you come back on the main screen, please? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Just a second, child. Here is a clue for you. Here is a clue for you. And then comes the question. And then comes the question. Okay. Okay. Any one of our phones? Yeah, that's fine. Any one of our phones. Here, I'm extending on my hands. Okay. With which person would you associate the first patent and the idea of LCD screen?
So the idea of, sir, what do you mean?
Screen, LCD screen. He holds the right of the first patent of LCD screen, something now common.
So you showed your phone, like.
Yeah, so I showed an LCD screen.
Oh, okay.
Go to give the name to the guy. Yeah,
So,
the phone doesn't have, I didn't write it.
So George H. Limmer, who the first patent, like the first one to hold a LCD, like, to
What is the
patent
name?
and
What is
George H. Limmer. George Limmer.
No. First to hold the patent rights of LCD. LCD is a person called S. Kobayashi. S. Kobayashi was the first one to hold the patent for LCD. We moved what? One clock, one anti-clock. Now we move to the anti-clock round. We'll look at the scores first. Emerald Heights on 20. Sindhia Gwalior on 20. Modern School Barakhamba on 10. Assam Valley on 10. Okay. Assam Valley on 10. We move anti-clockwise. Yeah, you have a question? Yeah, Dijun? I can't hear you. Yeah, your sound, you can take the
So now, will there be a joint round?
No, there won't be a joint round. I'll tell you when that round comes.
Right, sir. Thank you.
We'll go anti-clockwise.
Sir, am I audible?
You're audible, child.
Sir, I have one doubt with the WhatsApp question. I gave you Jan Combe and you said the other co-founder, and I am sure about the fact that that was Jan Combe and not Brian Acton. So
Yeah.
these are basic things that I checked. So if a doubt arises, can you please recheck this once
Right.
the quiz is over?
100%.
The WhatsApp question.
100%.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now we move to the next question, which is anti-clockwise. Anti-clockwise. Put up this one's for you. Put up this one's for you. Anti-clockwise. This is for you. Ethereum and Libra are types of what?
Cryptocurrencies.
Cryptocurrency, absolutely. Plus 10. Cryptocurrency. Next we move to Tanishq. Your question. This is your direct. This is your direct. If you're saying Whistler, it's the code name of what? Tanishq, Whistler is the code name of what?
Whistler.
Yeah, Whistler, like whistleblower. Whistle.
So would it? Okay, so I'm not sure about this, but would it be Windows?
Something more? Add something more?
Something more as in?
As in, add something more to Windows?
The Windows, a Windows version?
Yeah, no, see, very interesting. Yeah, a version or, I mean, whatever. I said add something more.
Windows 10?
No, we give Tanishq 7.5. Since he initially kept it Windows, no. Whistler was the code name of Windows XP. Blackcomb was the code name of Windows 7. Threshold was the code name of Windows 10. Longhorn was the code name of Windows Vista. So there's many more in the Windows. Okay, but since you said Windows first and you didn't commit to any other Windows, we give you 7.5. Okay, next one, Vedansh. Vedansh, The Perfect Store is a book on which company?
So can you please repeat the question?
Perfect Store is the book on which company? The Perfect Store. Hands up, please. Yeah. The Perfect Store is a book on which company?
Sir, I think it's the Red Group.
Huh?
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Say once more.
Sir, I'm saying the Red Group.
The Red Group. No. The Perfect Store is the book on a company called eBay. eBay. Next one, Shaurya. This is for you. Expand MMI. Expand MMI.
So what?
MMI.
MMI.
MMI in terms of technology.
So man-machine interface.
Correct. Man-machine interface.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely right. Could we now move on to the next two? Keshav. Keshav, this one's for you. Tony Fadell, father of what?
What?
Tony Fadell. Fadell. Father of what? Father of what? Sorry. Sorry, comes back to me. iPod. There's a hyphen in between.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Pod. Yeah.
So, I think people are not being spotlighted properly when they answer.
Okay. Just put the
You
spot.
can take time and do it slowly, but I think spotlighting is quite important.
Yeah, of course it is important.
Yes, sir.
Both to me and even to the teams. Of course. The whole idea of asking the question. Next one for you, Rachit. Next one for you, Rachit.
Yes.
Oh. Get this. Richard Woman, Shah Rukh Khan, introducing in India. Give me the connection.
Byju's.
Byju's. No. Richard Woman, Shah Rukh Khan introducing in India, TED Talks. TED Talks. Okay, next one for you. Next one for you, Sharanya. World's first ATM bank installed where?
So, sir, can you
On the city.
sir, can you repeat the question?
First ATM bank. World's first ATM bank.
So,
Yeah. Sorry, comes back to
Is it Barclays?
correct, plus 10. Barclays. Next one. Next one's for you. Okay. When we largely define this between the three V's, Rijul, velocity, volume, and variety, with a large volume of inundation, what are we trying to categorize? Structured and unstructured. Velocity, volume, variety. Velocity, volume, variety. Both structured domain, unstructured domain.
Velocity, volume, variety, structured and unstructured domain. Are we talking about like data management, like big data management?
Big data, plus 10. Big data, plus 10. Okay. Vasuman, electric bike with a built-in Alexa.
So do I have to name the bike or the company?
It's inbuilt.
So I have to name the bike.
Of course. Of course. Electric bike with an inbuilt Alexa. Comes back to me.
Amazon's Alexa bike or Cybic Legend bike, I think.
Okay, give them 5. Cybric E-Legend. That's a partial of the name. Cybric E-Legend. Give him plus 5. Cybric E-Legend. Next one for you.
So,
yeah.
So till now, what I have seen is that one or two people are not, their hands are not visible properly. They're being smart and only one hand is visible, and sometimes none of the hands are visible.
So, Krusar, just ensure. Plus, just ensure. Couple of teams are saying both hands are not visible. So please ensure if you see that the hands are not visible, do tell me.
So please, can you review the recording after this?
I'll try to.
So please do, because it's quite unfair for us then.
Yeah, but to the best of my ability. I mean, the fairness and the unfairness also comes from the child concerned, no? If I were to look at the answer only, then that's a question, and especially when you're asking the question specifically one after another, please look at the hands, Cruz sir. Please look at the hand. Yeah. Okay. Next question for Arav before we come to the last round. Arav, John Knoll, an engineer of industrial light and magic, kind of was taken in by a program coded by his brother. And the program called Display came into being because there was a disadvantage in the Mac Plus. The program slowly grew tentacles and became what it became today. What do we call it now?
So what do I want to answer? Like the program Mac Plus transformed into?
Yeah, I said John Knoll. I said industrial light and magic. I said Mac Plus disadvantage. I said display. All this adds up to something in today's world. What is it?
So Photoshop?
Photoshop plus 10. Photoshop plus 10. We now move to the last round of the quiz, where a team can take any one of the members facing 2 questions. Any one of the 2 members, both of you can take, I'll take that question. It's a joint round. I'll shoot 2 questions. You tell me, I'll take the answer. And then you take the answer. Okay?
So can you repeat?
I'll give you 2 questions. When you hear the question, between 2, it's not addressed to any one of you. Between any two of you, one of you can say, I'll take that answer. I'll ask to that person. Rather, that person can answer it because I would have already asked the question.
So can you repeat again? I think I'm having technical problems.
I'll ask you a question. Any one of you will say, I will take the answer and answer it.
Sir, can we have the scores?
Okay, sir.
Because, 1 second.
भाई
Yeah.
मैं आंसर करूंगा तू ढूंढना शुरू कर बे.
हाँ. Yeah. 25 for Assam Valley. Adding WhatsApp, 35 for Modern School Barakhamba Road.
The 7.5.
No, 35 for Modern School Barakhamba Road. 30 for Scindia School. What is 7.5? There's a 5 if there are two co-founders. 37.5 for Emerald Heights. We add up the scores from there.
So just a small doubt.
Yeah.
For example, like you gave marks for Stappen instead of Verstappen, and
Yeah.
so would you consider giving full marks for Cybic Legend Bike instead of Cybic E Legend Bike?
No, I won't. Because
Okay.
Cybric Legend was the fourth answer.
Sir, even the Tata, sir. I stuck on to Tata.
Tata, I will not give you an answer because the T was well on the screen.
So, but I'm quite sure that it's Cybic.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
But even if you're sure, I'm not giving you the points.
Okay, sir. Could you like recheck it later, please, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's Cybic, sir.
Yeah, it is Cybric. I said Cybric. So nobody said Cybic.
Sir, not brick, sir. I'm saying CYBIC, sir.
I'm saying that we didn't give you the answer for E Legend, not B and BR.
Yes, sir.
You were not penalized for Cybic and Cybric. You were penalized for saying, instead of E Legend, saying Legend.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we have totally two different questions here. No, brick and bic was not the question.
So could you repeat the points of the Scindia School Gwalior?
No, I will not repeat the question of Scindia School Gwalior. I'll repeat all the points.
Yes, sir.
Either we repeat all the points. I mean, we can't really repeat collective points like this. 25 Assam Valley, 30 Modern School Barakhamba Road, 30 Scindia School Gwalior, 37.5 Emerald Heights. Okay. Okay. Now we go clock, anti-clock, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Could you turn on the videos, please? Cruiser, be a proctor. See whether there is a hand movement. That's the whole idea. That's what I meant when at the start of the quiz. And I mean, there is no question of you being rude. If you think the hand movement is wrong, tell me, I won't give points. There is nothing to play a nice, decent, coy host. It's either just or unjust. As simple as that. Yeah. Could we have the teams on the screen? Yeah. Yeah. Anti-clockwise, clockwise, this doesn't really matter. We can start clockwise also. The last one was anti-clockwise. Yeah, we can do clockwise. Now clock and anti-clock doesn't matter. It anyway doesn't go to the next team. Everybody faces questions. If you do the last one anti-clock, we can do this clock. Okay. First one, any one of the two members of Assam Valley. Please tell me what you take as you go. That I'm taking the answer, and then give the answer. Okay, the company was formed in 1945, just a few weeks after World War II, by Mr. Fritz and several engineers of University of Hanover in a laboratory called Lab W. The laboratory was named after a village in the municipality of Wedemark, and it kind of moved at different places, especially Wedemark, because of the shifting nature of the war. From that small village, it went on to become one of the major players in the information and automation world. Name the company. Mr. Fritz, 1945, few weeks after the end of the World War II, University of Hanover, Lab W. Name the company.
Can we answer?
Any one of the two? Yeah, quick.
So BMW.
BMW, Assam Valley. No, it's company.
Sir, I'm from the Sindhya school.
So we didn't answer.
No, we didn't answer, sir. It was a different answer.
Yeah, so how did Sindhya school answer?
I don't
So
know.
I thought anyone can answer. You just said that anyone.
You're going clockwise or anti-clockwise? Any one of your teammates can answer.
Right. Sorry.
Any one of your teammates can answer, not anyone can answer.
My bad. Sir.
Yeah, Assam Valley? I'll repeat the question for you. Anyway, I gave the question for everybody.
The question, sir.
1945, World War II, Mr. Fritz, University of Hanover, Lab W, Wedemark Municipality, small origins. Company had to move because of the shifting nature of the war, and finally it became a major that it
I
was.
just answered the question, and you're asking the question again to them.
I'm asking the question because you answered the question out of turn.
So I answered the correct question now, so now they know that the answer is this.
Yeah, but you answered the question wrong.
So Vasuman will take the answer, sir.
Yeah.
So Ford.
Ford, wrong. BMW, of course, is wrong. Answer is Sennheiser. Sennheiser. Of course, they wouldn't know the answer of the question because you answered. Sennheiser. Last round, of course. Yeah. Yeah, 12 points. Sennheiser. One more question for Assam Valley, for any one of the two. Okay? Okay. Work this out. Work this out. Many say there are two origins. One being able to hear music while playing golf. Another saying, wanted to listen to operas while going on trans-Pacific plane trips. Irrespective of the origin, the prototype was built in 1978. Which iconic product? To hear music while playing golf, or to listen to operas in the frequent trans-Pacific aeroplane trips. Prototype was built in 1978.
The prototype or the app?
The prototype was built in 1978. Whether this is an app or an apparatus or a company or a product, I didn't say that. I said a prototype was built in 1978. Of course, then it went on to become something which everybody knows in different ways.
So
you have to guess here, what are we talking about? I give you
Vasuman. Sir, let Vasuman answer.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So is it Apple Music, something to do with Apple Music or iMusic?
No, we're talking about Akio Morita, Nobutsu Kiora, and a company called Sony Walkman. The Walkman.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, sorry to speak out of turn, but I am seeing someone write the answers in the chat. Ashroop Singh or someone. So can you just please check that once?
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, then you can disable chat. You can disable chat if somebody is writing. It's disabled, yeah. Yeah.
So the answer iPod was visible on our screen.
Yeah, but
someone from
yes, sir, I could see the answer iPod written. Obviously, it's the wrong answer, but still, someone was able to write it.
Whoever's done that, disable the chat. Disabled. Okay. Disabled. Yeah. Next two for modern Barakamba. Yeah, both the answers are wrong. Next two for modern Barakamba. With his friend Bill Fernandez, he built this computer called Cream Soda. And they named the computer because they were consuming Cragmont cream soda beverage while working on it. The cream soda computer was built on parts which a Tenet executive provided this person. Only 20 chips. But he went on to not just build cream soda. He was destined for bigger things. Who are we talking about? Any one of modern Barakamba. Cream soda computer.
This is Steve Wozniak's first computer. Then he went on for Apple. Steve Wozniak.
Steve Wozniak, plus 10. Plus 10, Steve Wozniak. Okay. Plus 10, modern Barakamba. Next one for you, modern Barakamba. Okay, connect the three. Connect the three. Hardware subsidiary called Dell. X-Files, 1996. What are we talking about? A hardware company called Dell, which was a hardware subsidiary. In this brand's journey, X-Files and 1996. What are we talking about? Yeah. 5 seconds up, the answer.
So this is 1996, the Dell. What was the second clue, sir?
There was no second clue. There was Dell, 1996, X-Files.
X-Files.
Sorry, comes back to me. Started by Nelson Gonzalez and Alex Aguela in 1996. Name was inspired by their favorite show, X-Files. They had a huge hardware subsidiary called Dell. The company is called Alienware. Alienware, I'm so sorry. Alienware. Alienware is the name inspired from X-Files. That's the X-Files connection. Alienware, like the cream soda. They were having cream. Similarly, they loved their favorite show, X-Files, and the name Alienware came to existence. Yeah. Next two for LK Singhania. Next two for LK Singhania. Okay. This is your question. This is your question. LK Singhania, a technology platform developed and authored by Google that uses the computer vision to enable mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets to detect their position relative to the world around them using GPS, but not the technology of GPS. Something akin to that without using the GPS or other external signals. What is being talked about?
So we have to name the technology or the product by Google.
Project by Google. It's a technology platform. It doesn't use GPS or external platforms, but there is an enablement apparatus by which it works. It's still being fine-tuned to the point it will probably change the way we look at computing. Project is half the answer. Project is half the answer. It's a tech platform authored by Google. Project is half the answer. Sorry, comes back to me. It's called Project Tango.
Can you repeat?
Project Tango.
Okay.
T-A-N-G-O, the dance form tango. Project Tango. Yeah. Next one. This one's LK Singhania. Education Center, Gotan, the hands together. Okay. It is a method of identifying and solving problems that depends on creative thinking, the use of analogy, and informal conversation amongst a small group of individuals with diverse experience and expertise. What is the method called?
Can you repeat?
Method of identifying and solving problems depends on creative thinking, use of analogy, informal conversation between small group of individuals with diverse experience. Today, when you hear a clubhouse, when you see a chat platform, the mother method of identifying and solving problems depending on creative thinking, using of analogy and informal conversation is something which is now being developed and developed further in e-platforms like Zoom we are talking now. But what is this method called?
Sir, ML?
ML, no. The method is called synectics. SYNECTICS. That's a method. It's like you're studying the mother subject psychology, and one subject is called, say, clinical psychology. One is called what we call as industrial psychology. Then there is child psychology. Synectics is the mother concept, like big data. And then from that, you develop products, apps, platforms that look at people coming together, at least trying to mimic the real, like we are doing now. Like if I was conducting this quiz on stage, there's no problem in looking at all the teams, their movements, their positions, their hand movements. When it's virtual, we try to mimic the real to the best of our ability, always, with mistakes here and there, and to the best of our abilities. So in that mimicking, we try to create this alternate platform or hub. Synectics is a method to do that. A kind of a mother flow, as we call it in flowchart. Do that. Okay, next two for Sindhya School Gwalior.
Sir, Shaurya Prakash, the other participant from Sindhya School, actually he has some network issues, so he might not be able to.
No problem, then you take both the questions.
Okay, sir.
You take both the questions because he had a network problem yesterday in the debate also. And we waited for him as the last speaker of the debate. We couldn't finish the debate till he joined back. So today waiting for the quiz would take away from the quiz and the debaters who are waiting for fairly long. Okay. So 2 questions for Sindhya School Gwalior. Vedansh, you have to take both the answers. First one, Embarcadero Technologies. Embarcadero Technologies. RAD Studio. Built as an application for Windows system, but can be used to build applications for a variety of operating systems. Red colored night logo. Red colored night logo. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Programming language.
So what were the clues again?
Embarcadero Technologies, RAD Studios, built as application for Windows systems that can be used to build applications also for a variety of other operating systems. Red colored night logo. Sorry, comes back to
Is it, sir, is it Cartoon Network?
No, the language is called Delphi programming language. DLPHI, Delphi. Next one is one of our old, very classic, programming language. A very important programming language of my childhood. Till after which Java, of course, came with its own set of additional advantages, and then MySQL to support it on a different kind of interface. This programming language was developed by Dennis Ritchie, revolutionary. It was commonly called at that point of time, God's programming language. Name it. Dennis Ritchie should be a giveaway. Dennis Ritchie should be a giveaway. Sorry, Vedansh, comes back to me. It's a company called...
Sir, I have the answer.
Yeah.
So is it Quadran?
No, not Fortran. Formula translation. No, it's C. C, the language is C. Then, of course, there was C++. C++. We move to Sindhya School. Oh, Sindhya School, 2 questions over. Emerald Heights, the 2 questions.
Yes. Yes, sure.
Your 2 questions. First one for you. Emerald Heights, world's first crude search engine, was founded by Alan M. Taj. What was its name?
The name of the first engine?
Crude search engine. I've chosen my word carefully.
I am not sure about this, but I think it's Archie.
+10. Archie +10. Okay. Okay. Next one for you. A criticism of a program by Microsoft against Google. It is stated that Google was supposedly secretly seeing your emails and was displaying ads on your account according to the content of your mails. Microsoft argued that Google was stealing people's privacy, which Bing could not do. It was also a campaign to promote Bing. It resulted in a huge uproar in the computer world across the world, information technology, and spilled on to industry, muckraking, mud throwing. What was the term that kind of explained this whole controversy? Like when you say Watergate scandal, like when you say a Rafale deal. What was the term used in this controversy? Microsoft against Google, a very long-running feud that spills on to even today, despite at times joining hands. Google was secretly, supposedly seeing your emails, displaying ads on your account, looking at the content of your mails. Microsoft argued that Google was stealing people's privacy. Bing could not do that. It was also a campaign to promote Bing. What was it called? This entire episode was called what?
I'll try and take that. I'm not sure, but maybe antitrust?
Antitrust. Go good try. Antitrust is more legal. Yeah. Antitrust is more legal. You put antitrust motion, the motion goes all the way to Supreme Court. Apple had antitrust motion. Microsoft had multiple antitrust motions. No, it's a very interesting word. It's called SCROOGLED. 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 It's a term. Scroogled was the term. Like you have Snoopgate. Snoopgate affair. Similarly, your tapes come out. You say Nira Radia tapes, which created a lot of problems in the Indian political system. This whole episode is called Scroogled. Scroogled. Okay. Scores as it stands. Okay. LK Singhania did very well. They qualified for the finals on a three-part final journey. On 25 is Assam Valley School. On 40 is Modern School Barakhamba Road. On 30 is Scindia School Gwalior. On 47.5 is Emerald Heights Indore. So
Modern School is at 50.
50?
Modern School is at 50. We had Jan Combe, we had Linux, we had Barclays, Big Data, then we have Steve Wozniak in this round. That should be 50.
Yeah, but on one you get 5.
But which question?
So which one?
WhatsApp.
So why would we get 5 if I gave you Jan Combe?
Because I wanted both the co-founders.
So you asked, you can see the recording, you asked me who is the person.
Why would you get, you don't ask? What do we get?
So I'm really sorry, sir, but you asked me the person in the image and I gave you Jan.
Yeah. I said a co-founder of an enterprise. So just a second. You don't give yourself 10 points. You will get 10 points, but you don't give yourself.
I'm
10.
really sorry for being.
I'm
really sorry for my.
No. This is a tone of a quiz.
Yes.
You're not being sorry. This is not being sorry, or not being just or not being unjust. The question is about you don't give yourself 10 points.
Yes, sir.
That's the point.
Yes, sir.
You don't give yourself 10 points. I'm sorry. I've been quizzing long enough. I've been quizzing long enough to know which points to go where. And I go out of the way to give 7.5, 2.5, 1.5, 3.5. So it's obvious that you don't self-give yourself the point. You can say, sir, can you have a look at the score again? And I'm sure the other team doesn't mind if they fall short by 3 points. And I'm sure you in your own idea also don't mind if you fell short of 3 points. The point is not about that.
Yes, sir.
The point is you don't self-give yourself 3 points. And I've known all your schools long enough and have quizzed physically in all your schools. You have seen generations of kids growing up. And not saying this on stage. Because you don't carry yourself in IT quiz. You carry yourself a lovely, lovely tradition. a wonderful tradition of your school, and more so for you, in a fantastic centenary year. In a fantastic centenary year. So therefore, I mean, it's unbecoming of you to say that I do get 10 points. You could say, sir, look at the scores again, which I definitely would.
I'm really sorry for that, sir.
Yeah, definitely would. You're wearing a blue shirt, which is such a lovely tradition. So please don't. You can look at the scores again. Yeah, we'll look at the scores again, of course. More often than not. Absolutely. Yeah, Rao sir. Modern School Barakamba Road finishes on 50. 50. Yeah. Yeah, 50. It's +5, +10 it will be. Instead of +5, it will be +10. Yeah. Assam Valley still finishes on 25. Scindia School still finishes on 30 with the last 2 questions not scored. Emerald Height finishes on 47.5. Last question, last 2 questions, last one of the questions answered. Yeah, okay. Struggled not answered. Scruggled not answered. Fantastic. With the final round, yeah. Okay, fair enough. So it comes on to 50 by Modern School Barakamba Road, which has done a very, very consistent quizzing. Emerald Heights, which also did a consistent quizzing, but a little wobble in the tiebreaker to have made it to the finals, but it's remarkable that sometimes they win my debate, sometimes they win my quiz. Sometimes they get bored in a debate semi-final and doesn't win and doesn't surface for next 2 months. I saw them last in a debate semi-final where both the speakers, at least one of them spoke as if he's very bored because he was then debating for a entity called Indian subcontinent. So he felt that inter-school quiz is very boring. Debate is very boring. So he gave a bored semi-final speech. So I was more shocked than he was that he didn't qualify for the finals. So, but good to see you back in a quiz. I've seen you sometimes in a debate. More importantly, in a lunch or dinner. That's more important than a quiz or a debate. That is what we go for in life. It's lovely to see Modern School Barakamba Road in the quiz and in the debate finals, which also speaks volumes for the fact that there's a very, very involved computer department, which has always had a path-breaking festival, at least in the Delhi NCR circuit and occasionally India, when the festival turned, I think, 20, 25 years, which is why my slight elocution voice going up for a 50 or a 47, which is too incidental to me in life. And a 25 for Assam Valley, lovely quizzing, extremely good quizzing. Here and there, if you miss a few things, I thought that in IT quiz, you're looking at IT in the broadest sense of the term, though I'm just cursing myself. I hardly had any questions on SFX in cinema. Or a little more about Duckworth-Lewis, a little more about sports. One Formula One, even though it's an information technology driven event, is still not much of sports. Much more sports and much more cinema could have come in an IT quiz, because technically an IT quiz is about a name of a CEO or a short form or a full form or a programming language. The whole diversity is to see IT in the broadest sense of the term. And I said in the opening ceremony speech, this IT conclave is not about art students, science students, commerce students. I am sure IT is used by all of us. So we can't really say that computer science students are the only guys doing IT. That's such a lie and such a mistake. LK Singhania, lovely performance. I've seen you in computer quizzes before, IT quizzes with great deal of felicity. All these teams, YPS Mohali, which just missed out, Scindia School Gwalior could have taken the last 2 questions with 2 members. They took as 1 member. The child could not join. That's very unfortunate. Maybe 2 questions had you got from the other child could have made a difference. You've probably been to a tiebreaker. Or sometimes when you answer, you get a Philip to do the next answer. But nevertheless, that's all a part of the game. So thank you so much. Wonderful. Congratulations to all of you. Hopefully life will bring us into real debating, real quizzing, where it won't be a trophy, but for a little bit of knowledge that we acquire. Thank you so much. could we share the debate finalists on stage? The prizes, of course, will be given in the prize giving. The best quizzer and the most promising quizzer, which I always give, and I will give in this quiz too, will be announced in the prize giving. Okay, thank you so much, all the teams. Always a pleasure quizzing. Yeah, could we show the debate topic, please? Could we show the debate topic, please? The motion, please. For the motion, Vicky sir, on your screen. For the motion, Delhi College, Indore. Against the motion, Modern School, Barakhamba Road. Against the motion, Welham Girls School. For the motion, Mayo College Girls School. That's the order of speaking. Delhi College, followed by Modern School, Barakhamba Road, followed by Mayo College Girls School, followed by Welham Girls School. Followed by Welham Girls School. This believes that Pegasus is our new normal. This house believes that Pegasus is our new normal. Yeah, participants, any questions? Could you help the child to unmute? Could you help the child to unmute? There are some questions. Just a second, child.
Good morning, sir. I was just wondering if you could please explain the format once.
Format?
For the debate,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Professor said, block and tackle and everything. So
Proposition, opposition, proposition, opposition, followed by one of your third member giving a 30-second speech, 30 seconds, not 1 minute, on an emerging technology, which I will give her to speak, like an on-the-spot extempore, followed by 4 block and tackles.
And so Pegasus, which we are talking about, is the spyware software, right?
Absolutely, which is why it's a capital P.
So
the spyware software.
okay, yeah. So we consider that the spyware because there are two Pegasus. One is the company itself, and one is the spyware software. So
So we are looking at the current controversy. That's why the new normal. We are looking
we consider it as a spyware, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Sure, thank you.
Of course, that's new normal, no?
How much preparation time do we have roughly?
How much preparation time you have? None, but say 5 minutes.
Sir,
Yeah.
I had a question. The debate would be spoken by two speakers, right?
The debate would be spoken by two speakers. The third speaker will give a 30-second reply on an emerging technology, and any one of the three speakers can go for block and tackle.
Okay, thank you.
And block and tackle is a topic given on the spot.
Right, sir. And the third speaker would be given the topic on the spot, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There's one more child raising hands. Okay, I've answered the child.
So,
yeah, go ahead, child.
So do we have to decide the topic for the third speaker by ourselves, or do we have to, or will you guys give it to us?
I'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
So when we say that we're for the motion that Pegasus is a new normal, so we basically say that Pegasus is right?
No, you could always say Pegasus is wrong too.
No, but when we talk about for the motion, so we can criticize Pegasus.
See, that's almost giving your speech away. But the point is, when you're talking for the motion,
yes,
it depends on how you define new normal. Do you think new normal is problematic, or new normal is something which is normal to you?
Okay, so okay, sure. So okay, it's according to our perspective.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. May I have your attention, please? We are unable to locate Shubhra from Mayo College, Mayo College Girls School. Miss Shubhra, please confirm your presence. Miss Shubhra from Mayo College Girls School. request to confirm your presence. In case you're not there, request the teacher in charge and the partners in debate to ensure that Ms. Shubhra joins the event immediately. Ms. Shubhra from Mayo College Girls School. Right. The third member, all three members present for the debate team. Mayo College Girls School.
Yes, ma'am.
All three members here, dear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Okay, the girl who spoke to me just now, Mayo College Girls School, could you please confirm the names of all the three participants in the debate? Could you send them to me in the chat?
Ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, instead of Shubhra Saroop, it's going to be Sanidhi Singh.
Okay, Sanidhi is replacing Shubhra.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I know, that's noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, sir, could you please explain the format and the plan section of a block and tackle round?
Block and tackle is a quicker turncoat. It's a quicker turncoat in which when you are blocked, you go against the motion. When you tackle, you come back for the motion.
So that happens after all three speakers have spoken.
That happens at the end of the debate after everything has been spoken.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead, child.
Sir, Sanidhi Singh, could you please make her a panelist?
Yeah, we'll make the panelist.
She's currently an attendee.
When the speaking starts, we'll make the panelists to all of you who've not been made as yet, not to
All
one.
right, sir. Thank you, sir.
That's almost 10 minutes of thinking time. In fact, far more. We've almost finished 15. So I think that's fair enough. 3 or 4 minutes. First speaker from Delhi College, you'll be ready with your speech. Another 3 minutes and we're ready with the speech. Please don't stretch it further, any of the 4 teams.
So you were giving 3 more minutes?
3 more minutes and then we start with the first speaker.
Okay.
Done with 15 minutes. First member from Delhi College.
Yes.
From Delhi College, please propose them.
So may I start? Oh, yeah. So what do we know about Pegasus? Pegasus, a type of malicious software or malware, which is classified as a spyware. Now, what does a spyware do? It tracks, records, analyzes, not and it tracks and records, and basically sends the data to the hacker or the person who is conducting this or hosting this malicious software. Now, spyware such as Pegasus is designed to gain access to your device without your knowledge and gather personal information and relay it back to whoever it is that is using the software to spy on you. According to a report by The Print, Pegasus is the ultimate spyware for iOS and Android and has been behind the most sophisticated attacks ever seen. I would like to bring this fact to the attention that to make matters worse, those operating the software can even turn on a phone's camera and microphone to capture activity in the phone's vicinity. In all, according to a report, Pegasus can monitor up to 500 phones in a year, but can only track a maximum of 50 at one go. Now let's take a look at the techno-legal aspects. All of us know that when we are accessing websites or certain applications, they always ask for permissions to use microphones, cameras, or any cookies which they're trying to use. As soon as we agree to them, we sign a legal digital document. Now, in this case, in that case, our privacy is respected and our opinion is mattered. But over here, it takes a complete illegal approach. This is developed by an Israeli company, NSO Group, which is reportedly instrumental to several governments' oppressive surveillance campaigns against their own citizens and residents. And while NSO Group has repeatedly denied allegations that it complicitly sells Pegasus to human rights abusers, it is difficult to reconcile exactly how the zero-click spyware program, which non-consensually and invisibly steals emails, text messages, photos, videos, locations, passwords, and social media activity, is at the same time a tool that can, in its very use, respect the rights of those around the world to speak freely. Funny, isn't it? Now, according to the NSO Group, its main spyware program is a beneficial tool for investigating and preventing terrorist attacks and maintaining the safety for the public. In answering questions from the group of 17 media organizations which published the findings under the Pegasus project, said the NSO Group, its explanation includes only one half of the story, though, because in reporting out Sunday's revelations, the previous revelations in 3 weeks before, the Pegasus project also asked potentially responsible governments why they used Pegasus to hack the mobile phones of dissidents and reporters. The governments in question either denied using Pegasus at all, like Rwanda's foreign affairs minister, or they claimed that any surveillance carried out by the governments were lawful, like the Hungarian prime minister. I strongly believe that Pegasus is our new normal, a short-term but new normal, not because of its modus operandi or its aim, but because it is alerting and jackknifing the governments into getting more cyber secure and are giving them opportunities to improvise their technologies and allocating their funds efficiently and fundamentally. This has given the government an opportunity.
There's a lag from your side, child.
I'm sorry, sir. I faced a network issue.
That's okay.
So, what was my last sentence which you heard?
This allows Pegasus too.
I'll start from my concluding statement. I strongly, but because it is alerting and jackknifing the governments into getting more cyber secure and giving them opportunities to improvise their technologies and allocating their funds efficiently and fundamentally. This has given the governments an opportunity to introspect and then therefore retrospect into their working plan of actions and give them some sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker. Could I now move on to the first speaker of the opposition? First speaker of the opposition. Could I move on to the first speaker? Please go ahead.
So am I audible and visible?
Absolutely. Go ahead, child.
All right. Greetings to the House at large. What we do need to understand that the scope of this debate is not about Pegasus. It is about the new normal, whether these spyware and malware attacks be continuous and be a threat to our country. What we also need to consider is that this debate is not leading about international technological espionage. It is, as the proposition itself said, that like Pegasus, it's espionage by companies who are infringing on technological spaces, just like Pegasus and the NSO. Now, what do we need to consider is here that this is not nowhere a new normal. As there is this new problem, there is also solutions to it. More and more companies are using new technologies like using artificial intelligence to make their security systems and cyberspace more secure. Companies like Versive and Logarithm are developing new softwares that merge cybersecurity with AI. In fact, as large organizations like Google and Tesla are turning to AI security measures such as the big bounty programs to find loopholes in their security system and correct them regularly. Even the governments of the entire world are making new laws, new measures to make sure that their countries are safe and the data of their individuals and the government stays protected. For example, in India only, the government in its 2018 policy of artificial intelligence laid out a paragraph about how they are planning to use artificial intelligence in the cyberspace. And they've also come out with the Cyber Surakshit Bharat program, the certain team for managing if there is a malware attack in the country, and also the data protection, the personal data protection bill, which came out just a few years back. What we do need to consider is that this will definitely be not a new normal, and that this will be stopped by these measures, such as new technologies that are coming up, such as I explained with the artificial intelligence sector, and with the new measures that the government are implementing regularly with international collaboration in the UN ODC and other platforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Speaker. It's about safeguards, and it's about how state uses the safeguards on its own or maybe in tandem with others. We now move to the second speaker from the proposition. Second speaker from the second team. Sorry, first speaker from the second team.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I visible and audible?
Absolutely, child. Go ahead.
All right, I'll just begin in 3, 2, 1. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the House, esteemed opposition, and of course, the moderators. Today, the motion in the House states that this House believes that Pegasus is the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to define Pegasus as the specific system malware that was developed by NSO. We are here to define Pegasus as the idea of surveillance in the state. Ladies and gentlemen, because Pegasus does not only talk about a singular, specific act of surveillance in our nation, it continues a narrative of surveillance that the government of our nation has continued and has persisted to continue for the past so many years. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about privacy, we have to talk about the Aadhaar. We have to talk about how there is an idea of compelled consent in the public. Ladies and gentlemen, when the economically weaker section of our society are not given their ration, if they do not have their Aadhaar as an identity measure, then ladies and gentlemen, that is when we come to the issue of compelled consent. When we talk about the Aadhaar being linked to Arogya Setu, when we talk about the Aadhaar and Arogya Setu being linked to the CoWIN app, we talk about compelled consent. We talk about the gentrification of privacy, ladies and gentlemen, that is invading the right to privacy of multitude of Indians, ladies and gentlemen. Moreover, when we're talking about the idea of India's era of unequal liberties, we have to talk about the fact that facial recognition techniques are being used against people's consent, and they're being used most of all again during protests, during talks about opposing ideas against the government. For instance, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the use of FRT in the Delhi rise of 2020, when the Delhi police used the FRT techniques to recognize over 1,900 people as rioters with the accuracy rate of 2% or less, ladies and gentlemen. This is a continued narrative, of course. This has been continuing since the Indian government implemented the central monitoring system in 2008 after the Taj attacks. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are not here, the government, of course, representing we are not here to talk about the betterment and the welfare of the people anymore. We are here to target the privacy of people. Ladies and gentlemen, when the Indian government talks about surveillance, they come up with the basic narrative of, if you have nothing to hide, why do you care so much about your privacy? That is where we have to give them the difference between privacy and secrecy, ladies and gentlemen. Privacy is, I have my secrets that you don't need to know, and therefore I have the right to keep them to myself. Of course, secrecy is when they have the right to know, ladies and gentlemen. And if side opposition comes here and tells us today that all of these implemented propositions by the government were necessary, I would like to tell them that unlike the prism that Edward Snowden opposed in the United States of America, the central monitoring system, the FDR used by the Delhi government, the multitude effects of the Aadhaar being linked to your bank accounts, to your health records, are not required to have a court order with them, ladies and gentlemen. This includes this includes having no perception of threat. This includes real-time monitoring of civilians. This includes And this includes a the idea of a mass surveillance state that George Orwell predicted in 1984 and that we're seeing in real life today, ladies and gentlemen. When the family members of civil rights activists are included in the Pegasus list, we cannot go ahead and say that it is for the right and it is for the necessity of the Indian public that the Pegasus or any other surveillance measure has been implemented, because our issue, ladies and gentlemen, as the citizens of this nation, is not with the technicalities of surveillance, because there are a multitude number of research papers talking about how AI fails at facial recognition, how the accuracy, especially for colored people, does not go beyond a 5%. Rather, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to talk about the efficacy of surveillance, especially when it is done against public consent. We would like to talk about the OTT regulations in India. We would like to talk about the internet regulations in India, because all of that comes under the superset of Pegasus, because this is the new normal, ladies and gentlemen. The new normal is that the government will continue watching each and every single step, especially if these steps are going against their idea of what India needs to be. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what side proposition today upholds as the new normal, an idea of a dystopic surveillance state that the Indian government will continue through various names, whether it be Pegasus, whether it be the Aadhaar, whether it be Arogya Setu, or whether it be anything else. Thank you very much. Proud to propose.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for your definition delineating secrecy and privacy. A lot of information sometimes is denied to us on Official Secrets Act. But sometimes, what is a secret and what is not a secret? Your daughter's welfare is your own secret. State's welfare is somebody else's secret. So I think in that gray area comes this whole question about not just Pegasus. It starts from a Watergate. It moves on to various places in history. And now the big boss is no more on television screen. It could be in our lives across the world. Thank you so much, Speaker. Could I now move on to the second speaker of the opposition? Second speaker. First speaker opposition is finished. Fourth team, first speaker. Second in the terms of opposition speakers. Yeah. Child, please go ahead from Welland Girls. Welland Girls, first speaker. Yeah.
Am I visible and audible?
Both.
Can everyone hear me?
Absolutely. Go ahead, child.
All right. Second, my volume up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As a member of side opposition, I'd like to start by setting the house in a way that we deem fit for this debate. I will be setting the house as the rational people of the world, because what the proposition seems to forget is that normal is something that affects everyone, even the common people. Hence, it is imperative to set the house to this for the benefit of the argument. Now, according to the Oxford Dictionary, normal is the usual or average state, level, or standard. By virtue of something being normal, it is imperative to include the common people, the average standard of society. And Pegasus, ladies and gentlemen, is not a software that attacks the common people. Hence, the proposition's argument stands null and void. Hence, Pegasus is not the new normal because it is not affecting the normal people of society. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were to mention instances of Pegasus breaches, most of them, the common factor between them was that these breaches included people in positions of authority, journalists, politicians, and government officials. Are they the normal, or are the people of a democracy, the people who make up a country, the normal, the ones who aren't part of any government agencies? Ladies and gentlemen, Pegasus isn't the new normal, and this is fact. Because normal is something that affects the common people, that affects a majority of the people. And Pegasus has not yet reached that horrifying standard. In the popular Netflix show Money Heist, the professor managed to orchestrate an entire heist because he was essentially a ghost to his government. If we were to consider Pegasus the new normal, this fictitious, delusionary society would be the kind of world we would live in. A world with no place of belonging for a person, no identity, everyone living as ghosts, breaching people's privacy, going through their phones, everyone living in ghosts with the power to do as they wish, intermingled doctors and terrorists, soldiers and rapists. Are we even looking for such a haunting reality to consider the Pegasus our new normal? I'd like to leave you with that gory thought, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you so much. As we finished 4 speakers, Cruz sir, we finished 4 speakers, 2 for the proposition, 2 for the opposition. We move to the second speaker of the proposition now. Second speaker of the proposition, please go ahead from Delhi College.
Am I audible?
Absolutely invisible 2 child, go ahead.
Good evening. Today, I will express my views proposing the motion, Pegasus is our new normal. So what is Pegasus? Israeli spyware revealed to have been used to target hundreds of phones, a powerful surveillance tool licensed only to governments, not to corporates, but to governments. It can infect a device without the target's engagement or knowledge. It can surpass all security measures of Apple and Google phones. There is no way that it can be detected as of yet. The hacks confirmed by forensic analysis of the phones represent only a tiny fraction of what may be a vast surveillance net, which intensify all concerns about the erosion of civil liberties in India under the present government. It conducts surveillance of numerous human rights defenders and journalists. Especially in India, prominent opposition leaders like Rahul Gandhi have been found to be illegally snooped on for nothing more than political gain. But it is all done in the name of combating crime and terrorism. The breadth of the potential targets in India naturally raises legal questions. The Indian government has the power to surveil, monitor, and decrypt communications, but hacking is a crime in India. This gray area is shamelessly exploited by the government. Legal surveillance requests in India are granted by a senior official in the Home Ministry, both at the federal and state levels. They are reviewed by a small committee of civil servants, and there is no oversight by the courts unless there is a challenge in the specific case. Only a very small minority of surveillance requests are rejected. This makes it very obvious that it is extremely difficult to attack it legally. Even lawyers looking to represent people whose phones have been attacked by Pegasus face an imposing hurdle. How can they challenge the legality of a tool that the government has never acknowledged using? What NSO says is that millions of people around the world are sleeping well at night thanks to Pegasus and similar technologies, but the truth is it is nothing more than a privacy breach of the highest order, and there is absolutely no way to stop it from becoming our new normal if it already isn't. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's a lot of possibilities on developing it further. You gave some very, 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 very important points, which is, I think I'm glad that you've taken the socio-legal part that we discussed in the debate yesterday. If you further discuss the legality, the consent of using Pegasus or similar such spyware is in a legal gray area where it is not sought. So I'm glad that the socio-legal discussion that I had at the fag end of the day found a way into your speech. It could actually find a way furthermore. It's a very, very important point that you made. Thank you so much, Speaker. Could I now move on to the second speaker of the first team of the opposition, Modern School, Barakamba Road? Go ahead, child.
So am I visible and audible?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the second speaker from my team of side opposition, I would firstly counter and rebut the various baseless arguments provided by side proposition. Firstly, they talked about government surveillance by giving the example of Arogya Setu. They said that these are used to monitor the people. But yeah, we agree they're used to monitor the people to an extent. But here comes the question of whether we value our privacy more than our security against COVID. This is a gray area, ladies and gentlemen, which needs to be further discussed in another later argument. But here, but this cannot be considered a violation of our privacy because the people themselves are consenting to it by downloading the Arogya Setu app, by not going against the government and by not protesting against such limitations. They are themselves de facto agreeing to such such invasion of right to privacy. They also said that the facial recognition technology is similar to Edward Snowden's whistleblowing about the Five Eyes, but this is different, ladies and gentlemen, because the facial recognition technology is aware. We are aware about the facial recognition technology. We are also aware about Aadhaar card monitoring, and we are also aware about the Arogya Setu surveillance. Therefore, the public consent is also de facto provided here, but when people are not protesting against the government for such forms of surveillance. They also said that these are being used for political targeting. We should also consider here the animosity, current animosity between the Amnesty International and the government of India. Here, in the list provided by the Pegasus, the ministers of the government's cabinet were also named. Therefore, it cannot be completely concluded as of now that this was a ploy by the government of India against the opposition. Therefore, now, while my first speaker took the legal and technical angle, the first argument that I'd like to put forward is based upon awareness. Widespread awareness against the possible use of spyware against a nation or its people has already driven up the focus into anti-spyware software development at both a personal and national level. This awareness is the reason behind the technical and legal development against spyware, as pointed out by my first speaker. For example, the cyber security by Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog has developed several different policies regarding cyber security at both a national level and local levels. After this, as this awareness grows, international cooperation has also led to investigations and action against spyware like Pegasus and organizations like NSO. This thus ensures that while this company may be at an upper hand currently, it won't last for a long time due to the inconsistent increase in international and national awareness. For example, the International Cyber Security Protection Alliance is an international organization that has been formed and is supported in various countries for the same task, to make sure that such organizations do not prosper. The second argument that I'd like to present is the economic angle. This spyware development and anti-spyware development both take up lots of resources and research. While companies like NSO would always lack in these resources against the international community, and thus, while they may hold the upper hand in the initial beginnings of spyware development, as the anti-spyware development takes place by both the international community and at the national level, they would not be able to hold the upper hand, and at a point, the international community would be more secure than companies like NSO, thus ensuring that this will not remain the new normal. What we have tried to tell here today is that Pegasus is not the new normal and cannot remain as to be the new normal. And we hope that we were able to convince you for what we believe is right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very balanced speech about the fact that there are safeguards. There may not be absolute safeguards, but safeguards enough to not to make it a new normal. We now move on to Cruz sir, we finished how many? Okay. Proposition. Second proposition team, first speaker. Yeah, second speaker, I'm so sorry. Second proposition team, second speaker.
Am I audible and visible?
Just a second, child. You are. Go ahead, child.
So like my first speaker said, I would like to elaborate about how living in a world where IT is practically ubiquitous, it is impossible to safeguard all your data. All devices are vulnerable to this malware Pegasus. And today, living in this society, we either accept to live with this truth or abstain from using technology at all. The most amount of people on the Pegasus list were not the ones related to terrorists, ladies and gentlemen. They were the families of the activists. Ladies and gentlemen, if these are not normal people, then who are? The way journalists are on this list just makes the youth fear the government, leading to bigger repercussions. The biometrics that you are asked for every time you walk into a government office, the scary fact is that it seems so seamless, ladies and gentlemen, that the general public does not know the far-ranging repercussions of their own actions. This debate isn't only constricted to Pegasus, but how the Aadhaar card, the NRC, all the way the government takes data from us, the way we can't travel in a flight without having the Aadhaar card on us, or the Arogya Setu app for the example. All of these have become acts of surveillance by the government. And as we grow into the pandemic, we are becoming more and more attached to the technology and its various ways to spy on us. But if today you wanted to detach yourself from all these systems, ladies and gentlemen, you would essentially not be able to attend this very Zoom meeting.
Are you telling me that today data is just words and numbers? Data has essentially become weaponized, and it's not only Pegasus that does this. It happens in every form, from the WhatsApp text we send or the pins that we save on Pinterest. No weapons. Weapons aren't just guns and bullets. Data is essentially a very strong weapon to use in our generation like ours, ladies and gentlemen. And living in a world without security breaches whilst using our devices to their fullest potential has practically become a myth. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that privacy breaches are fundamental in this society. What I am saying is that to live in a society like ours, privacy breaches are inevitable. Are you telling me that none of your softwares that you use have any information about you? There are some involuntary like Pegasus, but there are voluntary like WhatsApp, and some are much more voluntary like the cookies you accept willingly or the terms and conditions you agree to every time you download an app. And I would like to inform you today that we are very much living in the Orwellian state that George Orwell predicted in 1984. The last question that arises is, today we either choose to give ourselves away to petty exploitations, because what are humans if not exploited? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. Could we now move on to the second speaker, second team opposition? Absolutely. Second speaker, second team opposition from Vellum Girls.
Am I visible and audible, sir?
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the way Pegasus has developed, I can now plunge the entire world into anarchy and chaos as nothing but a ghost, end entire democracies and bring down entire empires without even the click of a button. I would like to substantiate this stance by quoting an example as recently as the 21st of July. It has been unveiled that political strategist Prashant Kishore's phone was being spied on since the beginning of the West Bengal elections, and this could have seriously altered a stunning scheme of political espionage in our own country. Ladies and gentlemen, to clear my dear proposition's delusionary ideals, the techno-legal implications of this debate would essentially mean that the proposition stands here today, ready to give up their right to privacy the minute they say this is our so-called new normal. A legal gray area is what they call this, but what I believe it is a sugar-coated way to say that the minute they accept that this is the new everyday, that this is the new normal, we stand here to give up every ethic, value, and moral. And we as the opposition would like to kindly disagree. Dear proposition, calling Pegasus the new normal and trying to convince the House of this terrifying idea also implies that you are ready to lead us into a world where shadows watch our every step and privacy isn't a concept. This irrational and almost criminal idea could lead us into a world where nuclear codes are as trivial as Instagram passwords and government files are as juvenile as my 5th grade diary. Pegasus was discovered in 2016 after a failed attempt on the iPhone of a human rights activist, and this led to an increasingly large investigation revealing details about the spyware, its abilities, and the security vulnerabilities it exploited. News of the spyware covered media coverage all over the world. It was called the most sophisticated smartphone
Internet is lagging a bit. Could you just...
So my teammate is just facing some internet issues.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. No problem. No problem. She could refresh, rejoin.
I'm just rejoining.
You're clear now? Absolutely.
Sorry, it's raining. So
the raining sounded like a... Yeah. The way it came back. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Pegasus was discovered in 2016 after a failed installation attempt on the iPhone of a human rights activist, which led to an investigation revealing details about the spyware, its abilities, and the security vulnerabilities it exploited. News of the spyware covered media everywhere, all over the world, and it was called the most sophisticated internet attack ever. In August 2020, Pegasus was sold for over $1 billion for surveillance, anti-regime activists, journalists, and political rivals from every single rival nation in the Gulf. Ladies and gentlemen, this new normal barely exists for common people, because what I order tomorrow is of no use to anyone in the democratic polity. In July 2021, widespread media coverage discovered that Pegasus was still being used for high-profile targets and not normal people. I would like to conclude by saying, in a world where slowly ethics are being zeroed down to gray areas and legal ideas are being narrowed down to I agree buttons, calling Pegasus the new normal is far too dystopian and far-fetched a concept for the opposition to agree with. Thank you, and I'd like to conclude.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we've had a fairly balanced speech for the proposition and for the opposition about not just Pegasus, what Pegasus essentially means for us. Before we move to the tech talk, which is 30 seconds from the third member of each team, we'll time it to 30 seconds. Rao sir, put your stopwatch. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, the same order. Yeah, Ashmit, go ahead.
Sir, didn't the first speakers or the other speakers have to give one closing statement?
Yeah, but closing statement is after the 30 seconds of this.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So 30 seconds, your third member, or you can split between one member and another member, but 15 seconds each means you have to really, really be fast if you want to split. But your third member will have to be one of the members in explaining to us one informatics or tech concept, as the rule says. Of course, the time limit is a little curtailed as we breeze through this debate, because we are only halfway through the debate. We still have a little to go. So we'll breeze through this. We'll stick to the 30-second rule a little strictly here. Do not make it a speech, make it an amalgamation of points. I wouldn't discuss Pegasus in great detail or Pegasus-like structures that has been the part of the world for the last 50 years or has been a part of the Indian subcontinent. That's another day and another time. But we'll first move to the tech talk so that in about, say, 40 odd minutes from now, we could begin some of the sharing of our prizes and a brief talk by our chief guest, energizing all of you. So we move to the speakers one by one. First speaker from Delhi College. First speaker from Delhi College.
Yes.
I'm sorry, first speaker. Who do you nominate as a third member? Who
So,
you?
yes, sir. C.R. Arora.
Okay, okay, okay. Who would put the 30-second talk on a tech concept? Okay, CR, this is for you. Your tech concept is, I'll give a word, explain the word in your own way. You don't have to be overtly technical, okay? Your technical concept is the reason behind call cabs. The reason or the syntax behind cab hailing apps. You could be both in agreement and being critical of what they are. This is not a debate. It is neither an extempore. It is merely to state, when you look at an algorithm, I'm sure you remember the turncoat debate topic where we talked about surge pricing. That was one of the topics of turncoat debate. Maybe not for you, but it was one of the topics that was discussed in turncoat debate. So you look at call cabs, cab hailing apps, how it is invaded and become a part of our life at obviously a premium price and almost completely out of reach for a lower middle class and lower, apart from emergency circumstances. So in this context of the algorithm, syntax, viability, understandability, what do you feel? 30 seconds on your time. Here we start.
So technology essentially tries to decentralize all the tasks. A lot of people predicted that every vehicle with a commercial license plate will eventually be Uberized or be a part of cab hailing apps. It's entirely possible that the world will have one taxi dispatcher, so to speak, the world will eventually trend towards a single driver and decentralized technologies which integrate artificial intelligence into our daily lives. There are powerful data-driven networks and effects underneath which back this up. And essentially, this also promotes the idea of carpooling, or just at the touch of a few buttons, you can call a cab, you can carpool. So this has a very viable and also it has a decentralized effect. And essentially, technology is about decentralizing and delegating tasks to technologies. So this would greatly promote that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a brief and pithy statement about what you feel in terms of the app and the app culture as far as call cabs are concerned. We now move to the first team opposition, Modern School Barakamba. Modern School Barakamba, any of your third member, you can split it between two people also, but 15 seconds is like really fast. So maybe 30 seconds is, yeah. Okay, Navyansh.
Yes, and Navyansh will be going ahead.
Okay, fine. No problem, Navyansh. Your concept, your conceptual framework is, again, like the previous speaker, the syntax and understanding the violence of video games. The violence of video games. It could be immersive, it could be simulated. In the name of immersive technology, a lot of violence is unleashed in video games. Violence of video games. Navyansh, your 30 seconds begin now.
Yeah, so in the simplest terms, I may explain, ladies and gentlemen, the violence of video games is a very essential feature for some major armies of the world. The Indian army, the Israeli army, even the US army uses certain video games to simulate the environment for their soldiers, to make them feel as if they are a part of the war, to help them to understand how a war works. Now, if the violence of video games is taken away, if it is banned in all of the countries, if it is banned in all countries, if it is not allowed, it takes away from all soldiers. They may not be able to use it at all. They may not able to work it against their other enemies. Now, another an against argument of this topic is that how kids' minds are corrupted by the graphic violence. They may want to start murders. They may want to fight other children. May want to act aggressively. They may do anything just to mimic what the games are showing. As the recent studies have shown, I read a study in the Hindustan Times on PUBG, where the writers stated that the use of PUBG increases the children's disobedience towards their parents. So we can argue that they're both right and wrong, but the idea is that violent video games are more right than they are wrong.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I like the structure of your speech, which talked about video games used for purposes, real life simulation, so on and so forth. Okay, speaker from MCGS, your topic. Okay, concept of school in a digital domain. Does it work or it doesn't? It could be Zoom, Microsoft, Google Meet, Adobe Connect. In whichever way, the school education in pandemic on a digital domain. How does it work or how does it not? Your 30 seconds starts now.
In the recent pandemic times, while the students cannot go to school, what is essential is education of the students, and this is given to us by the online platforms of Zoom, Google Meet, etc. I believe that education through these online mediums is something which is very essential and integral part of this part of the student curriculum. Since if you do not have that in the recent times, like students are not allowed to go to school, they're not able to, how will the education go on and how will the country progress accordingly? Again, there are some students education through the online platform also has its disadvantages about how students tend to not attend the classes and how they cheat in examinations, etc., and how various cheating measures and various platforms have been increasing in the recent times. And online education as a whole is something which is very essential, and I believe that if it is used judiciously, and if it is done, and if the students gaining the knowledge through the medium of online education act well, this is something which is needed, and something which is needed in these times, and something which is very essential.
Thank you so much. We now move on to the final speaker. Final speaker to speak on a tech concept. Okay. This one for you. Keep it brief. I'm not sticking to 30 seconds for anybody. They're still going to 40, 45, 50, even for a minute. But I largely try to keep it under control so that you're not cut mid-sentence at the same point of time. It's short and pithy. Okay, okay. Your tech concept is creativity curtailed by PlayStations. Is it? Is it not?
Creativity, sir.
Creativity
curtailed by.
Is it? Is it not?
By PlayStation.
By PlayStations.
All right.
But you can always take PlayStations into San Andreas GTA also. Okay. I don't mind that too. When I mean PlayStations, I don't mean a sacrosanct Sony product. It has to be discussed for 30 seconds. Of course not. PlayStation is a metaphor for larger malaise within us, if there is any.
All right.
Please start.
Okay. So I believe that PlayStations actually do not curtail creativity, solely because when a child plays, and this has been proven scientifically as well, video games and technology like PlayStations actually help in the growth of children, especially in our age group and younger. In fact, even children who have problems, mental issues like dyslexia, are made to play video games on technology like PlayStations to help boost their creativity and their cognitive abilities. So in no way do I believe that PlayStations curtail creativity. Moreover, when a child is playing, it helps him understand, and it gives him or her a lot of exposure sitting in one place. So the mind is stimulated, and the person and the child gets to know a lot more about what is happening in the world without actually having to travel a lot. So I strongly disagree with the statement that PlayStations curtail creativity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. What about the violence? That's not for debate marking.
Okay, so
That's
I think
that's a
that
non-debate question.
there's everything in moderation can be good for you.
Okay.
If a child is
Little violence is okay.
I mean, if a 5-year-old is playing, then definitely not. But if a 13 or a 16-year-old is playing, then they'll understand that this is a thing that happens in the world, and they'll also understand where to draw the line and stop. So I think that is good for you because it makes you aware of what's happening in the world.
That's another debate for another time, but that of course was not for points or marks. It was just my curious question. But that's interesting also, because the speaker said you can go to various countries in the world in that immersive domain. I thought that one PlayStation we could go to various countries in the world is called a book. But I guess, yeah, I mean, this is also this without taking anything. No, absolutely, absolutely. This has nothing to do with. Don't always link everything with marking scheme. It was an observation. It was not about who being marked. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Closing statement, 10 seconds. First speaker, Delhi College.
So before we start, according to... Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Before I start, I wanted to ask, sir, according to the guide, which we had 30 seconds for closing, right?
Yeah, but now it's a 4-team final.
Okay, so we give a statement for how much time?
No, just give me in a nutshell in 2-3 sentences.
Okay, so people say that tools like Pegasus are abused on a global scale because it's used by private corporations to hack government. But when weaponized by authoritarian governments, surveillance chills free speech, scares away dissent, and robs an innocent public. Now, when government does it for malevolent purposes, no criticism. But when a group uses it to expose the government, criticism to the nth power. People should be aware of what is in their name and what is against them. And Pegasus has a public, widespread, favorable aim, making it a new consequential normal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very good. Very, very pithy and very to the point. Closing statement, Moran Barakamba.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, what we finally need to understand is that there is economic superiority of the nations and organizations that are actually combating these cyber attacks and malware attacks. There's an increase in awareness, laws and restrictions on these malwares, and also on the technology that is being used to combat these warfare. As the opposition previously stated that the supposed mass surveillance measures are being given by the government, they are actually just tools given by the government and people are consenting to them. What we also do need to consider that right to privacy and the fact that national personal security is a very gray area that we're delving into, and that if the proposition is agreeing that this is mass surveillance and this is a new normal, then they have accepted the fact that their right to privacy is gone. Thank you, sir.
Closing statement, Mayo College Girls School.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead, child.
Right. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, what side proposition tried to propose through our speeches was the idea that by taking the singular name Pegasus, we refer to the idea of mass surveillance that has not only taken over the governance of our country, but across the majority of countries, this has become the new normal because this is affecting civilians, this is affecting their rights, their duties, and their daily lives. Hence, we are proud to propose the motion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Final closing statement from the member from Welland Girls School.
The proposition has continually said that Pegasus is a surveillance software, but to clarify, and by definition of the application, Pegasus is in fact an espionage and normal, and the proposition is afraid to accept it through the cost of and Aadhaar card as monitoring network about Pegasus and nothing more. But as exclusive and unavailable as nuclear bombs. Proud to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Internet connection is a little choppy for you. So for block and tackle, just ensure that you have to rejoin or refresh so that it's a little choppy. It will be difficult for you on time lag to get into the block and tackle. We now move to block and tackle. Proposition, opposition, proposition, opposition, proposition. We finished the debate with the proposition. So
before we start, sir, so will you say when to block, when to tackle, or do we change it according to ourselves?
No, of course, also.
Okay, and what's the total time for speaking for the block and tackle round?
About 2.5 minutes with the blocks and tackles and everything. So there is no warning bell. Finally, I'll say your time is ended. So don't worry, in block and tackle, your sentences are short and pithy.
Yeah, and block is going against the motion, and tackle is going for the motion. Okay.
Tackle is going back.
And we start by going block. Okay, great.
Yeah, block and then tackle locker. Okay. And there are some other instructions that will be self-explanatory. If I say continue, it means you continue. Okay, so on and so forth. Block and tackle are the more operative words on which we operate on. Okay. Yeah, it goes the other way. Okay. Though block and tackle are separate topics, it's not the same topic. So order here hardly matters, but we'll finish in such a way that the proposition finishes. Like a classical debate, proposition starts, proposition finishes. So we'll go in that way. Okay. Moran Barakamba, block and tackle. Ashmit, will you go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. This is your topic. This is for you. This house believes that we are explicit and implicit victims of digital overload.
Okay. side proposition would firstly say that we are implicit and explicit victims of digital overload. We have too much information to process. For example, we can easily access any form of information through our laptops, but we do not have assured information that whether that information is correct or not, because anyone has access to the internet. Anyone can upload any information. Therefore, we get too many various points of views for any argument. And when we get too many various points of views, we're not able to formulate it on ourselves, and we're not able to decide properly that what is the point of view that we support. For example, if today I go and research on the topic Pegasus, I get too many various points of views. I get the point of view from the right wing, I get the point of view from the left wing, I get from the centrist wings, and all the points are too much for us to comprehend and for us to analyze. But the fact also remains that due to AI and various other technologies like that, the information that we receive is based upon the previous information that we like. For example, if I'm a person who always supports right-wing posts, if I always like right-wing posts on Instagram or any other social media, I'll always get right-wing posts. That makes a bubble of information that they
tackle.
But it also means that this algorithm is consistently changing to make sure that we're exposed to new information. And when we are exposed to such new information,
Talk now.
But when we are exposed to such new but even when we are exposed to such new information, this fact also remains that this AI is still supreme. The AI is still supreme. On the other hand, when we are still being exposed to new information on search engines, these search engines still rely on some sort of algorithm where the websites that we prefer are still held.
Bill Gates will think about this.
Sorry, sir.
Jobs and Bill Gates will think about such a digital overload. What do you think?
Bill Gates himself will say that such digital overload does not properly exist, because it's up to the people of which sort of media they're consuming. He's himself an active proponent for information and internet exposure for everyone.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs himself wanted every person to have his own personal computer so that everyone could easily access the internet. Therefore, he would also support that there is no digital overload. But Steve Jobs himself was not sure if people would be able to. Steve Jobs has been an active proponent of us easily accessing internet, and therefore
What do you feel? What do you feel as a person?
Okay, I feel that we do have some form of digital overload because of the thousands of articles that we can access for every single topic. The thing is that even if we do access this thousands of articles, it's up to our human mind to comprehend which article we want to read, and therefore this digital overload can be limited by the human mind and its comprehension. But the fact is that the digital media is too supreme for our human mind to comprehend. So even if we try to limit limit the media we want to consume, notifications and other forms of targeted ads and other targeted media would make sure that we're not able to limit it.
Continue.
We are not able to limit it, and therefore we would still be at the face of a large digital overload. We would get this digital overload.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Aryan, block and tackle is clear to you? Right.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it goes this way. It's a faster Pegasus.
What's up?
A faster Pegasus. Faster Pegasus. Yeah, not faster turncoat, faster Pegasus.
Okay, so that's my topic?
No. That's an observation. I think block and tackle is like a faster Pegasus.
Yeah, that's right.
Another topic. Yeah, that's an observation. Yeah. One could explode that as a topic, but no, it's just an observation. Yeah. Okay. One more speaker from the opposition. We'll finish opposition. We'll finish both the propositions first. Well and girls.
And so will you be nominating the speakers as mentioned, or do we choose by ourselves?
Which speaker will go? No, you choose yourself.
Okay.
Any of you can go. Any one of you can go. That's entirely up to you. Completely up to you.
Sir, before we proceed, can I just confirm block and tackle? Block is against and tackle is for, right?
Yeah, and everything else you heard explains by itself. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The only violence I felt which was a little prototype was block and tackle, more than PlayStation. But nevertheless, that's purely on a lighter vein. The topic is more important. Yeah, Your topic is, it goes like this. This house believes that internet has redrawn the death of privacy. Redrawn the death of privacy. Not that it was there before internet, but it has been redrawn as the death of privacy.
So death or depth?
Death.
Death, all right.
Death of privacy.
So I'll start with for or against.
You will start for the proposition.
All right.
Talk is against, tackle is going back to for.
Okay.
You'll start as proposition, you won't start as opposition.
All right.
That's like a normal debate. Block, you go opposite. Against, you come back to for. Okay? Block, tackle, tackle, block. Okay? I see 2 blocks in a row. What I mean is continue.
Yes.
Keep blocking. Sometimes I'll say continue, sometimes I keep blocking, depending on how confused you feel. If you feel confused, we are in business. If you don't, expiry date is almost there. Okay, okay, okay. Your time starts now.
Okay, so the internet has redrawn the death of privacy, and I completely agree with this statement. When we are users of the internet, we are leaving such a massive digital footprint, and it is so easy for anybody to retrace us, thus leaving no privacy whatsoever. Moreover, when you access any apps, you download any data, you download softwares on your devices. When you download them, you automatically give them, the consent to access your data, your camera, your contacts, your everything that you do online. So where is the privacy in this, ladies and gentlemen? May I ask you? I don't think I don't believe that there is any way that you can call having all your information published out there on the internet for anybody to use.
Block now, block now.
However, on the other hand, there are so many ways where you can actually control the amount of data you give to the internet. So you are actually in control of your privacy, which is stronger than it has ever been before. So right now, when I give consent, okay, but as I said before, giving consent is only limited to what they're asking consent for. There are a lot of things,
block now.
but it's also legal. But it's also illegal to
Now tackle.
Okay, but even though there is a lot of fine print, and for example, how cookies have been so normalized, it's such a normalized digital concept, and we don't even realize half the time that cookies are actually tracking everything that you've done on the internet.
What do you think big corporations will feel, like Amazon, Google? What do they feel about this death of privacy?
So I think that it's a very capitalist mindset. So I think that they wouldn't mind breaching privacy as long as they are getting, benefit out of it, which they do, which is the reason we get data. Because in this
and the opposite socialist mindset which you may have, I'm conjecturing, what does it feel?
So I believe that you should be in charge of your data. So if I am willing to connect my Google account,
Capitalist or socialist?
so I would believe that I am in the middle of both.
Okay, but you're a socialist, but you like PlayStations. Continue. Yeah.
So I'd say that even though they ask for a lot of data, you are in control of what you give.
Now block again.
But as I said before, you can't really control everything, right? So VPNs are prevalent, and big data. Okay, so big data is, the new oil. It's their source of income. So if we don't give them data.
What do you think Marx will say on big data?
Sorry, sir?
What do you think Karl Marx will say on big data?
So I think that he would not agree with it. because Marxist was essentially communist in nature, and he thinks that if we are giving up everything that we have, our identity, to big capitalist firms who are cashing it in for their own gain,
Continue.
I don't think Karl Marx would be, in favor of this.
Now tackle.
However, on the other hand, as I had mentioned in one of my earlier,
Now block.
giving our information, even
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Blocking.
So it is much faster than Pegasus.
Yeah. So the whole catch is, Aryan or Ishani, the tone is similar, where you flip on a conjecture or rhetoric. What happens is, the way you normally speak, that's very, very good for a conversational debate. Take it as a compliment. But when you speak in block and tackle, which is an exercise to essentially look at the public idea of a debate, when you debate in a village with 10,000 people hearing you, not only as political party, but trying to put something across, there at some point of time, a lot of flying opinions come in. How much do you take the flying opinions, hear that, and start incorporating in your speech? It's an excellent exercise tool, more than being a competition tool. But the excellent exercise tool changes the way we look at debating, and as well as what I would basically believe the mother of all this, the theater. So when you're speaking, say, I would be doing this, block, would I? But this could also happen, tackle. I never said that. The tone is, you change the sentence in such a way that when you flip the sentence, your earlier sentence always tantalizes the viewer for you to put a question mark on it anytime. In a normal debate, you say, we must do this, Mr. Chairman, sir, let's divide this into 3 parts. In a block and tackle, you say, we must do this, Mr. Chairman, sir, let's divide to 3 parts, block. I'll come to the 3rd part later. Let me block first. So like that.
Okay, so our main aim is to confuse the audience, right?
Not at all. The main aim is how much of information that you pack in, despite repeatedly being stopped.
Yeah. So, okay, so we could...
Confusing the audience becomes verbal gymnastics. This is how much of data you pack in that 10, 15, 20-second fragment where you just pack in a data. And when the moderator says block, you unpack the data and go against it, and then you repack the data. So in the end, you are not blocking and tackling by saying, I did this, block, no, I didn't, tackle, I did this, block, it's outrageous, I never did it, block, no, I continue not doing it, tackle, did I do it? Then it doesn't become block and tackle. It becomes gasp, 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 gasp. So block and tackle is small packets of data which you keep debating on and still give it, despite the best intention of the moderator. Okay, to make you feel on the other side of the fence, you push the fence back to the moderator. Yes, Aryan, not to confuse anybody, but to declutter the confusion.
Yes, sir.
Dropbox of the mind, transfer of the mind, Google Drive of the mind, if that sounds better for you.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Next speaker for block and tackle, Mayo College Girls' School. 2 propositions, 2 oppositions. Speaker here. Any member of the Mayo College Girls' School? Could you kindly alert the speaker to join? Yeah. Here's your topic. This house believes that written text is dead. This house believes that written text is dead. We hear new words, hypertext. Maybe one day we'll be reading hypertext on a hyperloop. If Nikola Tesla becomes our new Gandhi, which one hopes we won't come to that in a world that in a hyperloop we are reading hypertext and the text vanishes. But nevertheless, it could probably. Once upon a time there was orality and then the book came in and everybody thought that the book will not survive. Then the book survived. Maybe the text will come in and survive in different forms. If you take text as big T, and if you take text as small t, then that's entirely up to you. We are not going by the semantics. This house believes that the text is dead. Mayo College Girls School, your time starts now.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I today propose that this house believes that written text is dead for the simple reason, ladies and gentlemen, because thought in our generation is dead. And when I speak about thought and when I speak about written text, I do not talk about individuals. I talk about the generalization of thought, and I talk about the generalization of written text, ladies and gentlemen. When we're talking about written text, we're including all forms of written text, whether it be text messages, whether it be books, whether it be newspapers, all forms of written communication, ladies and gentlemen, they are essentially dead because they're nothing if not repetitive, ladies and gentlemen. They're nothing if not ideas of what we believe in, but not necessarily ideas, but rather what we have been projected to believe in, or rather what the propaganda wants us to believe in. Ladies and gentlemen, written text is dead today for the simple reason that books, ladies and gentlemen, and that other forms of written communication can be edited, or as talked about. Ladies and gentlemen, how can written text be dead if it is still alive in the forms of books that are, though banned by the government, are still sold by independent booksellers, even after they are threatened by an FIR or they're threatened by jail time, ladies and gentlemen? How is written text dead when we are making, when written text is being documented, and when a Payal Kapadia is winning the best documentary in Cannes for A Night That We Know Nothing Of, ladies and gentlemen? When we talk about written text, we have to talk about all forms of art and all forms of multimedia that come out of written text, ladies and gentlemen, whether that written text is a screenplay, for instance. Ladies and gentlemen, screenplays are dead. And the best way to see that screenplays are dead are Bollywood movies. Ladies and gentlemen, the only form of decent media left. Ladies and gentlemen, why do we constrict ourselves to Bollywood movies when we have entertainment on OTT platforms? Ladies and gentlemen, when OTT platforms are regulated by the government, are they really entertainment? Can't we rather classify them again as propaganda? Actually, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back to, ladies and gentlemen, let's not talk about OTT platforms. Let's come back to talking about screenplays. Let's talk about when Arundhati Roy wrote the screenplay for When Annie Gives Them those ones. Ladies and gentlemen, that screenplay is a piece of art, though not written. When reviewed, ladies and gentlemen, though seen when reviewed, ladies and gentlemen, but Arundhati Roy wrote that screenplay, and it is not being talked about anywhere when it comes to critical film, ladies and gentlemen, because all we talk about now.
What would a corporation like Kindle that's selling ebooks think about the text?
Sir, did you say Tinkle?
No, Kindle.
Kindle, right.
I wish I said Tinkle. That's a good one. I wish I said Tinkle. No, I said Kindle. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we come to talking about Kindle as a corporation selling written text, we have to talk about, again, the regulation of the written word, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about books, we talk about the idea of keeping the essence of the author alive. When we talk about printed pages, we talk about keeping an idea of keeping the word that the author wrote in its sense alive. We talk about the essence. We talk about the larger idea. But when we talk about Kindle selling it as a gentlemen, Kindle is not the only cooperation.
Tackle now.
Gentlemen, Kindle might as well be the only cooperation, considering the fact that it is owned by Amazon, and anything owned by Amazon.
What do you feel about your relationship with text? What do you feel about your relationship with text?
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that my relationship with text has greatly become difficult with the ongoings of the current generation. I believe that the written text, whether it even be something on a social media platform, has been greatly, I would say, not necessarily encrypted, decrypted, not in the technical sense, but in the more emotional sense.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sannidhi. Thank you so much. I do hope that the problems don't persist much as you move on to other things in life. The problem lessens and the written text comes back to you in more ways than one. Okay, by the way, Payal Kapadia was suspended once by FTII for leading a student unrest. So it's a delicious irony that she won an award in Cannes for those who felt that the protesters usually don't make good cinema. So I'm so glad that Payal has won it, in spite and despite the fact that she had the conscience to protest. Yeah, thank you so much, Sanidhi, for your speech. Aryan, you've seen enough of block and tackle now?
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah, to know that Pegasus comes in all forms. Sometimes it flies.
It does.
Okay, all yours. Okay, are we set with your topic? Okay, your turncoat. This house believes VR is a manipulation of point of view. Whatever that means. VR is a manipulation of the point of view.
So as soon as you start answering.
Your time starts now.
When we talk about VR, what is VR? Virtual reality basically is a simulation of what we could expect to imagine in our real life. Suppose walking through a rope across two buildings, an adventurous experience. Now, what do we know about that? How will we experience it while sitting at home in such a pandemic where we can't go out? VR is one way of manipulating or simulating it. But however, in order to experience those realistic experiences, the the minutest of the detailing which we could experience, that we can't experience in a situation of virtual reality, because we can't feel the wind breezing through our skin. We can't feel any of the droplets of water while raining going through our skin. We can't feel any of the thrill while we're cycling in virtual reality. We can't experience any of the experiences when we're talking about virtual reality. Virtual reality is just a simulation which it offers to experience a state-of-the-art experience. It does offer such things, but however, could it be as efficient and as eloquent as it is? Now, talking about VR, the benefits are supposedly the benefits are supposed to outweigh the disadvantages. VR is basically one topic where it's quite contradictory, because VR is only and only one simulation and is very rare. It's very rare to experience. It's also a it's not at all a cost-effective option, because it costs around $100 and $110 to buy a simulation. Samsung has been one of the most top tier VR producing gadgets, and has allowed us users to explore.
VR personally increases your sensory experience or diminishes it?
VR basically diminishes our sensory experiences, because we can't experience the realistic effects, as I have earlier mentioned. So while we are running across the road, we can experience. Now block. So although VR can pose, although VR cannot allow us to experience realistic effects, however, it can only give us a simulation, which is the current day technology which allows it. But in the future, we might expect it to enhance, as we can see it in 70 or 80 movies, where we can experience other effects such as thrilling or air or water droplets coming across our faces, our bodies, and we enjoy it a lot. And the popularity for it has increased in the past few years by a lot. Now, as it has been manipulated, it has been basically an advertisement tactic, VR, because VR, as I have earlier said, isn't cost effective. So it takes out a lot of the proportion of a disposable income.
What do you think Gandhi would have felt about VR?
What do I think that?
Gandhi would have felt about VR.
Sure, Mahatma Gandhi.
Necessary technology or unnecessary technology?
So Mahatma Gandhi would have, according to me, would have supported the perspective of it here, the idea for VR. That's because, sir, some people who are not able to go out or experience some problems or realities or any experiences which they could have done, but due to some restrictions they are not being able to run. Mahatma Gandhi wants to look for the benefit of everyone. Therefore, what I think that he would support this, as he would look for the benefit of other people also who are not able to go. Although due to this, Mahatma Gandhi would also think that people need to be affording it. So in order to afford that, Mahatma Gandhi would also think that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aryan. Thank you so much. I'm sure it wasn't an ordeal. You spoke fairly confidently. When you speak for the fourth time, it will be your second nature.
Yes.
It's about getting used to it. Absolutely. Thank you so much of different forms of debating. So, which brings us to the end of the formal round of, I wouldn't say competitions, because that reduces the whole fundamental things, but different flow of competitive events, trialogue, movie making, radio play, the trilogue itself, the pike, the cyber installation. A lot of you have done some very, very interesting verticals in each of these events, coming with a point of view. We begin the prize distribution, or to be more precise, the closing ceremony. In another 15 minutes time, 2:15, we begin with the closing address and we move on. Babbage is going on for the judge to look at almost all the intricacies of the programs. Meanwhile, the other results are just being compiled. It's almost ready, except for the debate finals, to put it into final fruition shape. So at 2:15, we begin with the closing. That's about 45 minutes late from the 1:30 we had planned. Not too bad for the fact that the debaters spoke comprehensively as much as they spoke yesterday. Thank you so much. We'll just see you in about 15 to 17 odd minutes to begin the final addresses and results.
Thank you, Pranab sir, and all the participants. It was entertaining, exciting, and definitely educating. It's such a pleasure and pride to witness these young leaders showcase their analytical and communicative prowess. That said, a very good afternoon once again to the elite gathering in the closing ceremony of the IPSC IT Fest 2021. We begin the closing ceremony with a short audiovisual presentation. The Sweet Swan of Avon, William Shakespeare, wrote more than 5 centuries ago, "All is well that ends well." The enlightening and enriching conclave that kept us spellbound and certainly on our toes for the last 2 days is also ending well, reaching its glorious culmination. And I, Amrita Rao Singh, representing the host, BK Birla Centre for Education, am here to proudly propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, let me extend my most cordial thanks to the Indian Public School Commission for bestowing upon us the honor and opportunity to host this prestigious event. We are indeed privileged and grateful for your faith in us. My sincere gratitude to Dr. Jakpreet Singh, Principal of the Doon School and Chief Guest for our opening ceremony. for gracing the occasion and the words of wisdom shared with the young elites. They are sure to cherish your inspired words for years to come. Thank you once again. Next, I would like to thank our revered and beloved principal, Dr. S.K. Sanyal, who is more than willing to seize every opportunity that comes our way. He is a man with a mission and vision, who never leaves any stone unturned in his quest for excellence. Thank you very much, sir, for your assiduous efforts and meticulous leadership that made this event a great success. Our knowledge resource curator, Mr. Parna Mukherjee, is also a pillar of support who deserves our most humble gratitude. Sir, it is your expertise and prowess that made this a mega event and a grand success. Thank you very much, sir. I also extend my gratitude to all the judges and resource personnel who made time to offer inputs, expertise, and fairly evaluated the contenders' performances. Ms. Shweta Ottari, Ms. Smita Morbale, Dr. Nandita Banerjee, Dr. Sandeep Patil, Dr. Harshad Sangle, Mr. Gautam Bajoria, and Mr. Abhishek Pal. It was your kind participation that made this event possible. Thank you so very much. The heads of all the schools which participated in this fest need special mention and a very special thank you. You responded positively to our humble invitation to partake in this event. It is your school's participation that made this such a big success. Thank you very much, all esteemed heads of participating schools. My sincere thanks also goes out to all the participants and their dedicated and able mentors and teachers. Even in such trying times of the pandemic, you were ready to take part in the competition with commendable vigor and enthusiasm. Your ardor and fervor added luster to our humble efforts. Thank you very much, all of you. The credit of this event's success is also due to our Department of Computer Science. They spent many toilsome hours for the successful conduct and completion of this event. Thank you very much, the staff and technicians of the IT department. Last but not the least, this vote of thanks cannot be complete without thanking all the staff members of BK Birla Centre for Education for your help, support, and cooperation. And a warm thank you to all the parents for all their support as well. I conclude thanking all of you once again from the core of my heart. On this note, I request Mr. Manish Gupta, the head of department of our IT team, to say a few words. Manish sir, the virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita ma'am, for giving such a nice vote of thanks to all the principals, HODs, and all the teacher in charges, participants in this mega and prestigious Ipsc IT 2K21, which is our event. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our principal sir for bestowing trust on the IT department to host this event, though there were some apprehension like how the event could be conducted virtually when there are 52 IPC schools are there and so many participants will be there, how to manage them. But thank God and thanks for his support and able guidance, we were able to conduct this event in a most convenient and successful manner. I thank Pranab sir, our knowledge resource curator and creative mentor, to support us in conducting this event so successfully. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the principals, HODs, teacher in charges, and to send their participants in this our own IPC ITK 2K21 event function. The function would not have been successful without your support. I once again express my sincere gratitude to all the principals, HODs, teacher in charges, and all the participants. It was our event, and we wanted to see that we sail through this difficult time and make this event a grand and huge success. I also thank all the colleagues in our schools, our department members, to support me to make and create this event, because it has to be conducted in 2 days with specific time in deadline, and it was really a successful event. I thank everyone for directly and indirectly supporting me. Our main motive through this event was how we can merge IT and creative thinking, because we mostly we think like IT or technology is isolated with the creative thinking, but we wanted to merge them seamlessly, so that yes, how we can give room in their thinking also. With that same motive, even we gave topic to our Babbage participants. With a topic they could easily make out, like yes, it was no direct topic to them. It was a freedom was given for them to create API or GUI or CLI interface, and full freedom, like they could make with the backend MySQL, with the backend text file. It was all open source software. Another motive was that why don't we promote free source software? As the founder of Free Software Foundation, Richard Stallman, was also included in one of the Turing IT quiz. So our focus is, let us shift from proprietary licensed software to open source software, where more chances are given for experiment and research. With proprietary software, research and other things all are limited. You cannot do much experiments. Same thing we saw in our Loveless UI UX design. And there have been so many queries like, will it be web page designing? Will it be Android app designing? Will there be coding behind all those buttons? Yes, but we restricted ourselves to the design purpose, because design is also equally important besides coding. You have to think color, significance of different pictures to be added in the websites or in the Android landing page. I thank all the teacher in charges for guiding their participants and posting their queries. I hope we have answered all the queries. My team members and everybody was really proactive. They supported. In case there was any mistake, we really say sorry for that. And yes, yesterday we had some problem in the opening ceremony. That was because we did not expect so many participants will come. And I really want to thank all of you for joining us and making this event a great success. And thank you. If I miss somebody, really, I say sorry to them. But finally, I thank everyone, principals, in charges, HOD, for supporting and making this event a grand success. Thank you once again. Thank you, Principal Sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish sir. Now I request Principal Dr. S.K. Sanyal to take the virtual stage to deliver the closing address. Principal sir, the stage is yours.
Very good afternoon to all participants first, then the head of the schools who have taken all this effort to send such intelligent students over here. And it was very, very difficult for the body to really judge who's better than who. I think we have done a fairly justified job in this. I also take the opportunity to thank our mentor, Mr. Parnab Mukherjee, for conducting this show for over 2 days. At the onset, I also like to congratulate and pay my regards to our chief guest, Dr. Jakpreet Singh Ji, headmaster of the Doon School, for taking out time and saying a few words for the start of our function. Today also, I would like to take out and praise Mr. Anil Sharma Ji, Treasurer IPSC, Principal Birla Vidya Mandir Nainital, for taking out his valuable time and putting in words for the closing ceremony. Sir, your presence in today's function is really valuable to us. Before the program started, we were facing a lot of anxious moments about finding out how this program is going to run. Is it going to be true to its plans? But then my 3 computer teachers who come from different parts of this country, I don't mind saying, Mr. Manish Gupta, who spoke, comes from a place called Majoli in Assam. We have got Mr. Purushottam, who comes from Bhagalpur, and Mr. Parsai, who comes from Piparia in Madhya Pradesh, from such places which might not be so well developed as far as the IT industry is concerned. But coming down and working together as a team and producing this entire journey in an immaculate manner is indeed fantastic. A loud cheer for all of them. Lastly, I would like to thank the entire IPSC fraternity for giving us this opportunity. Madam Mishra, Chairperson IPSC, Dr. Jakpreet Singh Ji, today Mr. Anil Sharma Ji, for being a member, and all the head of schools, principals, headmasters for sending in their students. This journey last year, I remember 2 years back, it happened at the Hyderabad Public School, where we sent our team. We were said that next year we would take part and we would be organizing this offline program, but then came in the pandemic, the offline became online, the program got cancelled. But this year, when we got the permission from ICSE to organize this competition, we were indeed privileged. And I think this online gave us also a boost that so many schools could participate without any hassle for this program. Finally, I would like to invite and like to conclude by saying that all of you all were great ambassadors for this function. And I, on behalf of the BK Birla Centre for Education, would like to applaud all the participants for participating in a wholehearted manner. Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Anil Sharma, sir, the guest of honor for today's closing ceremony, Treasurer, Honorary Treasurer IPSC, Principal, the Birla Vidya Mandir Nainital, to take over and say a few words as far as the closing, and then declaring this event closed.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is nothing short of an honor for me to be the part of the valedictory function of IPSC IT Fest 2021 and interact with the young boys and girls of large number of schools from 13 states across the country. BK Birla Centre for Education is doing extremely well with the support of Madam Jayashri Mohtaji, the chairperson of Sarala Birla Group of Schools, and Shri Dalmia ji, under the able guidance of Dr. S.K. Sanyal. The knowledge curator, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, who himself is an encyclopedia, has given a new dimension to Sarala Birla Group of Schools. He has inspired thousands of young boys and girls for participating in drama, debates, creative writing, art installation, quiz, reading, and now information technology. It is only Pranab Mukherjee who could think of debate and art installation on IT. When I went through the list of the events, I found that there is a spectrum of events in this IT Fest, which includes programming, user interface and user experience design, design of web framework, IT quiz, movie making, radio play, cyber art installation, and IT debate. These IT fests have become more relevant in view of the newly announced NEP 2020, which actually talks about the inclusion of or use of ICT in the transaction of curriculum in the classroom on daily basis. There was a time when most of the parents and we schools were of the opinion to keep the mobile phone out of the schools. But in the past 1.5 years, we have seen there is a total change in the entire education scenario, and now the schools are into these mobile phones. And the future of the education lies in the hands of the IT industry, because even after the pandemic, I'm sure that the blended learning will be taking place, where the teachers will have to use online and offline, both the modes, in transacting the curriculum in the classroom. Winning or losing is not that important, but participation is most important. And we are able to do self-evaluation and introspection by participating in such events. And when we introspect, we build on our strengths and work on our gray areas. And that's how the life goes. I congratulate in advance the winning team and wish better luck to the teams who will not be able to make this time. Once again, I thank the management, the principal, Dr. Sanyal, Pranav sir, for inviting me to interact with the young boys and girls who I'm sure must have been enriched and better informed with their participation in this IT Fest. And I wish all a healthy and safe future. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, sir. Sir has previously worked with Lawrence School, Lovedale, DPS Gurgaon, Gyan Bhakti Saket, and was the founder principal of Sanskriti School, Ajmer. It's a privilege to have you, sir, as one of the eldest and wisest member of the Sarala Birla Group of Schools, not just as a head of an institution, but as a premium educationist based out of Uttarakhand. And now it's time for the much awaited declaration of honors for various team and individual mentions. For this, I invite Pranab sir to take the stage and bring the event to its culmination. Pranab sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for very kind and inspiring words with which you've illuminated the children's mind. Thank you, Dr. Sanyal, for the entire conclave and the events as it unfolded, the tireless efforts of Manish sir, his team that were behind in trying to put this together as being one of the first schools in the unfolding pandemic to do a IPSC event, conduct an IPSC event. So wonderful efforts collectively culminating into a few honors that we mentioned. There isn't any first, second, third as such, but there are definitely creative inputs, best creative efforts, best layout, best design, certain citations to encourage children to take IT into their realm a little more seriously and seamlessly work towards an IT which becomes low cost, used for lower income group. Tech that enables the poorest of the poor in our country to access a world far bigger than us. That's what tech is supposed to do, to make us immersive and make us a part of a family or a world at large in a nutshell. But that can only happen when the poorest of the poor gets access to the best tech. I'm sure with a lot of strides already made and a lot made by y'all, as you get into public life, you'll probably not lose sight of the fact that we definitely need tech that heals much more than tech that is only speed and only efficient. The healing technology is as important as any other tech. So I move to the results, which the judges noted in different ways of students' strengths rather than shifting to a first, second, third zone. For UI, UX design, for best adaptability, Scindia School Gwalior and BK Birla Centre for Education, best adaptability. For best navigability and flow, we have Doon School Dehradun, the Doon School, and Maharani Gayatri Devi School Jaipur. Big hand for them. For best overall user experience, including adaptability, navigability, and flow, is Delhi College Indore and LK Singhania Education Center Gotan. Big hand for them. We now move on to, we'll put all these, the comprehensive citations and honors. I wouldn't call them result. Result is what you will get from CBSE. And the result is what you already got from ICSE, ISC. These aren't results. That would diminish the effect of your taking part. So I wouldn't call these the results. I would call them mentions in the citation, in the true spirit of things, as has been mandated in educational pedagogies, that there are differential intelligence, and each intelligence has different kind of literacy. If there's a badminton player playing badminton in a high altitude badminton stadium and open air, and sometimes in a low altitude stadium, the badminton player may not be actually solving physics, but he or she knows the velocity and the behavior of air vis-a-vis the shuttlecock. So it's fairly obvious that if a Prakash Padukone plays in say, a place like Bogota, a place like Medellin, a place like Upper Mexico, and then he plays in Indonesia, and then he plays in the heat and grime of India, his racket behavior will obviously change. So therefore, looking at Prakash Padukone by his class 8 physics marks or his graduation chemistry marks would somehow reduce the fact that he does have a scientific mind, but his parameter for science may not be your parameter for science. So the literacy parameters keep changing. So when we say the word illiterate, we actually show our own illiteracy. There is nobody illiterate. Somebody cleaning your bathroom is actually skill literate. This entire idea of taking text literacy too seriously is also one of the constructs and one of the finest failures of South Asian education that takes text literacy so heavily that the skill literacy goes behind. So I think an IT Fest is the best part when we look at ourselves and look at the differential literacies. Imagine, not imagine, in fact, it's a fact that Steve Jobs gets more inspired by artists to make an iPod and an iPad than actually by the technocrat. A major Apple product is artist friendly. You might debate and say they are very costly, and you're absolutely right. That's a completely different debate altogether. But they are artist friendly. They are not always tech friendly. The artistry follows the tech doesn't follow artistry. That's the beauty of a Steve Jobs, who life denied a longer extension and he passed away and no more with us. But that's his legacy, that the artist in you cannot die just because you're a programmer. And the programmer of you doesn't have to deny an artist. You are not a slave of code. Knowing Java or C++ is not the end of computing. The end of computing is a low-cost technology entering a house in a slum. If you can do that, God bless. If you can't do that, you're just a tech guy. So that's the spirit that pervades, and one has to learn. Tech creative writing, Linus, again, best flow of the text, the Mahan School, Delhi, Maharani Gayatri Devi School, Jaipur. Shubham and Alvina. Second, best argumentative text, K.R. Chaudhary from Mayo College Girls School. And for the best flow, writing and style of the text goes to Aryan from Modern School, Barakhamba Road. Congratulations to all of you. Everybody. For creative writing, I can only mention one thing. Many of you somehow couldn't grapple with the fact, how can a quotation lead to a short story? So it became a bit of an answer writing, a bit of a narrative writing, a bit of a Wikipedia writing. It could well evolve into a lot more creative writing. Isaac Asimov, Stanislav Lem, Arthur C. Clarke, they're as big as any other writer in actually predicting. Literature sometimes predict the technology of tomorrow. Read Arthur C. Clarke, read Ray Bradbury, read Stanislav Lem, Asimov, of course, the Foundation series, and his robotic rules. Amazing. They just tell you what happens tomorrow, and they're not scientists. So congratulations. In fact, the judge tells me that these were the only writings eligible for the entire flow of the event. Because what he informs me, Mr. Abhishek Pal, that largely the writing that he read were actually getting into the syntax of wiki reading or some sort of a narrative answer writing. We now move on to the IT quiz, hotly contested. Children with very, very high levels of IT IQ. More importantly, relating IT to the world and not getting into the shell of knowing only the names of CEO and who invented what high programming language. So going a little more than that, most promising quizzer, Purab Seth, Emerald Heights. Best quizzer, Arav Jain from Assam Valley School. Third prize, quizzing of course has points given. So it's a first, second, third in a more conventional sense of the term. So third prize, Scindia School, Gwalior, Shaurya and Vedansh. Maybe had Shaurya joined for the last two questions, his connection was a little wobbly. The answer could well have been a little different, but congratulations, you have done wonderful. Second is Emerald Heights International School, Tanishq and Purab. First is Modern School, Barakhamba Road, Rijul and Sharanya. Once again, to all the finalists and every participant of the quiz, hats off to all of you. May you always relate IT to the larger world and not get into just reading computer quiz books to crack computer questions. Congratulations, best of luck. We now move on to Ray at 100 movie making, named after the centenary of Satyajit Ray, a very, very futuristic filmmaker. You would say, what is Ray doing? What is Satyajit Ray doing in IT conclave? It might surprise you to know what is Satyajit Ray doing in IT conclave? And all the names have been really, really given a thought. They were not random names given. Satyajit Ray happens to have done 3 typefaces: Ray Roman, Ray Daphnis, and Ray Bizarre. Typefaces like the typefaces when you say Times Roman, Gallimard. Ray actually designed typefaces. And he was a very futuristic sci-fi writer. There is, of course, a huge controversy that his screenplay of The Alien, which was lost in a Hollywood studio, later resurfaced, and many accused Steven Spielberg that his film E.T. is a copy or sometimes a plagiarized version of Ray's first version of Alien, which never worked out. Maybe the history of Ray would have been different had his first Hollywood project was funded years back. Peter Sellers was supposed to play a role in that film. That film never really happened, but the script remained. Now you can buy the script. It's there along with Chess Players as Favor and Favor, 2 scripts book. When you read Alien and you see E.T., you will find so much of similarities. And Alien comes from a Ray short story called Bonku Babur Bondhu, or Bonku Babu's friend, about a common man meeting an alien. So Ray has somebody who has a deep interest in science, and a very classic example of how a visual painter could combine his curiosity for science in such a seamless way. So we're delighted to pay a tribute to Satyajit Ray as a part of the IT Fest. The results. This I would go in terms of the order in which the judge says, not so much as third, second, first, but in the films that they shortlisted. In the first category, I'm going from the lower to the higher, not in terms of marking, in terms of flow. So in terms of visual treatment and visual design, joint third goes to YPS Patiala and Punjab Public School Nabha with very, very interesting work. Second prize in a very, very interestingly edited video. And the judge, Mr. Gautam Bajoria, says it's a very slick, almost professional editing quality in terms of the fade-ins, the fade-outs, a little pan, a little way of, I wouldn't say jump cut, but a jump cut-like effect in filmmaking. Mayo College, Ajmer. And overall design, screenplay, writing, concept, the first prize goes to Vallav Ashram's Amin and V.N. Savani School. Congratulations to all of them. Vallav Ashram, Gautam Bajoria tells me, also paid a tribute to Guru Purnima along with IT in their film. So they took yesterday's date even as a part of their tribute, as they were doing a kind of a complex rendering of the Guru Purnima. Congratulations to all the teams. I'm glad that you responded to your times. That there is a Guru Purnima and there is a filmmaking on the day, and you're thinking and combining Guru Purnima with filmmaking, lovely, wonderful. Film is a lens to capture reality. The secondary idea of the film is called time pass, popcorn eating, going. That's not called film. That's called entertainment quotient in the evening for a day. That is not art. Art is when you look at filmmaking as a lens to reflect reality. Many people say, is the only job of the filmmaking to reflect reality? I go there to free my mind. Yeah, fair enough. You go there to free your mind. You can free your mind by reading a bad book also. You can free your mind by reading Facebook also. So just because there's a mall and there's a film hall, and you are going there to free your mind, doesn't necessarily mean the subject is to free your mind. The subject is far more deeper than you freeing your mind. I mean, God bless the popcorn makers. They need all the money in the world in the pandemic, but that doesn't mean filmmaking is only about them. Congratulations to Ray at 100 movie making, people who have got citations. We move to the radio play. Best editing, BVM Nainital, for a wonderfully edited sound file. It takes a lot of courage to put in how to edit an interesting piece in the merge of voices. Best voiceover, BK Birla Centre for Education, Pune. In terms of awards, scripting, jointly, Welland Boys and Dehradun, Welland Boys, Dehradun and BVM Nainital. Understanding the rubric and giving out the concept in the strongest possible way, Doon School, Dehradun. Overall auditory experience, BK Birla Centre for Education, Pune. Congratulations. Radio play is a medium that made a major comeback in the pandemic. Everybody who said radio, oh, that's a passé. Everybody has got back one major thing pandemic has taught us. We are forced to listen. We saw too much. We never really listened. There was a plethora of seeing. We saw and learned, back of the book, blurb, without reading the book, quickly reading a synopsis, avoiding reading the book, not hearing something for 2 hours, because that builds up in your mind, wanting always an image on the screen. So much of image. Radio forces us to slow down and imagine the tree. Imagine the sun in the sky. It doesn't tell you this is the sun, this is the sky. It tells you imagine the sun in the sky and fill it up in your mind. Independent radio has made a comeback. That Clubhouse is such a popular app. Everybody is like jostling to be on Clubhouse. What is Clubhouse basically? Independent radio. So now that Clubhouse is a rage amongst younger and older people, it's not just Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or Telegram or a Signal. There is Clubhouse. It's because radio has made such a comeback. Congratulations to participants. Everybody, BK Birla, BVM Nainital, Welland Boys, Doon School, wonderful, hats off. Cyber themed stills and writing installation. There is a text category and there is a still category. The text category in the order of writing the text, Genesis Global School, Greater Noida, YPS Patiala, Doon School. For the stills category, Sidhya Kanya Vidyalaya Gwalior, Miles Bronson, MGD Jaipur. Fantastic, best of luck. Lovely amalgamation of your stills and writing. May they all coalesce into one. The judge particularly pointed out Doon School's effort of a very, very interesting juxtaposition of writing and stills. Hats off, congratulations, God bless. May you take the understanding of a still photography. Sometimes they speak 1,000 words. Sometimes a moving image cannot catch what one static image can. The static image doesn't give you, doesn't spoon feed anything for you. When you see an image, you never see what you see. And when you don't see what you see, you learn. And when you see what you see, you become a clerk. So sometimes in a universe filled with clerks, the non-clerks see more. People call them freaks. But sometimes freaks change the world. Safe people never does. Never did ever. We come to TechSpeak Summit. The Babbage results will be posted on your WhatsApp group. All the WhatsApp groups and individually emailed to the teacher in charges. So the Babbage result is still pending and still on hold in terms of the most promising teams. TechSpeak Summit, individual awards, best speaker finals by miles and kilometers, Sanidhi Singh, Mayo College Girls School. Best interjector, very well asked questions yesterday, Pradyuman Arora, Modern School, Barakhamba Road. Turncoat debate, 3 best speakers, Lavya Bhasin, Pine Grove School, Shlok Mundra, Emerald Heights School, Aditya Makkar, BK Birla Centre for Education. 3 best speakers of extempore, Pratish Acharya, Birla Vidya Mandir Nainital, Arshia Rawal, Sindhya Kanya Vidyalaya, Apurva Singh, PPS Nabha. Congratulations, all of you. Individually, you were very good. That you did qualify or didn't qualify is no yardstick of your own speaking. Some days, between 2 speakers, one speaker has an off day, you don't qualify. Someday, both of you fire all cylinders, you qualify. You know the ongoing results in Olympics. You practice for 5 years like a bird's eye, and a few seconds of mistake, you're out of your 5-year dream. So much that there is a winners of bronze, silver, and gold. There is an amount of athletes all over the world who will take a lonely journey after quarantining and pandemic back home to see that their 5 years were missed by a whisker. Who better, who knows this, between Malcolm Spence winning and Milkha Singh losing? Who better than Christine Kojekaru winning by almost a 1/1,000,000th of a second against PT Usha? So somewhere down the line, PT Usha or Milkha Singh is a part of our metaphor. Somewhere down the line, we forget Malcolm Spence and Christine Kojekaru, the two names that will probably only be asked in a quiz question, and nowhere else, because they were the ones who had just made it. So you know that it's very, 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 very thin. That PT Usha is a better runner than Christine Kojekaru? Records show that. That Malcolm Spence was no match to Milkha Singh? Records show that. But nevertheless, records don't always say everything. Otherwise, you may not remember Gundappa Vishwanath, but every time he scored a century for India, for the record book, India won the match. And he didn't score more than 19 centuries. I think 16 or 17 centuries. Every match India won. So when you look at Vishwanath's career, he may be just a byproduct of my dad's generation and a little bit of my generation. But in your dazzlement of Virat Kohli, pause a moment. There are artists. Gundappa Vishwanath, VVS Lakshman. There are artists. How do you measure Lakshman? One of the best fourth innings average of Indian cricket team. Fourth innings, when the pitch is a complete graveyard. The ball is turning viciously, or the ball is swinging viciously. You have no Tendulkar, no Rahul Dravid, no Saurav Ganguly, no Virender Sehwag. Look at the comparative percentages. The man standing like a rock, fourth innings, turning speech, India winning, VVS Lakshman. Does that make other four any less? Of course not. They're geniuses. They're greats of Indian cricket. That doesn't mean that in that greatness, you don't fit in Lakshman or a Vishwanath. Fitting him in increases your worldview. Not fitting him in, you are a clerk. You just look at heroes, which media feeds you. And Lakshman will never sell you a toothpaste. He's not popular enough to do that. So that's where you've got to find your heroes. Your heroes can't be dictated by TV or textbooks. Your hero is your hero. Which brings me to the TechSpeak Summit for the results. The final results of the TechSpeak Summit are, there are kind of a cluster two runners-up, first runners-up, which is Delhi College Indore and Modern School Barakamba Road. Special congratulations goes out to Modern School Barakamba Road for having made the finals of the debate and the quiz. And almost all top 8s or top 6s, when the judges were trying to, give best project, best layout, best flow, when we were looking at the top 8, invariably all the judges told me there is a Modernite in that 8 mix. Some may have won, some may not have won, but it just goes on to show the depth of what the school is doing in terms of IT. Fantastic, wonderful, hats off. So Delhi College, Indore, Modern School Barakamba Road, Delhi College, lovely speaking in the debate. A little bit of wobble in the finals, but then I'm sure the next finals you will go cracking. And then there is MCGS and Welham Girls. Both spoke very well and very distinguished in the semifinals. MCGS probably a shade better in the finals, but Welham Girls in the semifinals was one of the finest debates I heard in different IT debates which I've moderated in yesterday's semifinal. It was just really, really good. So all 4 young girls, you step out tomorrow into worlds, not as people who are curious or who are debaters, but people who can talk about cybersecurity, cyber foundation, cyber rights, understand that like our criminal cases, like our civil cases, there will be a huge world of digital cases. We will talk about liberty, equality, fraternity of French Revolution as digital liberty digital equality, digital fraternity. We will look at the wonderful preamble of our brilliant constitution as, we the people of India. And then there is a digital sovereign, digital socialist, digital secular. And of course, you don't need a digital republic. Because we are a republic, you have digital equality. So I guess, I'm sure you will step in to fight for all that and not just be people who are programming oriented or writing oriented. There are many others who took part, prizes or no prizes. Honestly, in a conclave, I don't look for it. And I won't be as boring as people by saying that participation matters, winning doesn't matter. That's a whole lot of nonsense. In every part of your life, you're bored, your parents, your larger world is telling you winning matters, and then you come to an event and we play the old tape in front of you. Participation matters and winning doesn't. No, of course it don't. But winning at all costs doesn't matter. And winning with your passion and finding out that one day your hobby will be your profession, that matters. And if you discover that hobby and the passion in an IT, in a yoga, in a horse riding, in a football, in a debate, in a quiz, and identify that passion, that is what your school life is for. School life is not whether you're a champion debater or a champion footballer. You will still not play as good as Pele. You will still not debate probably as strong as a Martin Luther or a Malcolm X or a Dr. Ambedkar or a Gandhi. But, you will find out, this is my home, this is my subject. This is what I will take back and study all my life, irrespective of the society actually sneering at me. That's what is school life. I'm sure pandemic tells you how much you miss it. Because Zoom cannot tell you the freshness of the air, and Zoom cannot tell you how to share a tiffin box. And Zoom cannot tell you how to adjust to the child who you feel is a bully, but is actually not a bully, maybe a little more aggressive. Zoom cannot tell you how the teacher comes in between the two and tell you that, okay, boss, you have an aggression, channelize it in your debate or in your football. You are less aggressive, come on, debate, and get an aggression which is not aggressive, but aggression that is creative. That is where learning happens. Those are the creases and the folds. When you fold the paper, the creases and the marks are there. So that creases and the marks are the mark that you read the newspaper. Otherwise, the newspaper will be like unused books in the school library. Beautiful books, but hardly ever taken by kids. Congratulations to all the children. The 108 participants, as I see, 311. We were supposed to finish at about 2:15. We are 1 hour late, but better late than never. I think in a lot of ways, we have tried to answer the queries and conduct the events to the best of our abilities. Did we fall short? Yes, we did. Did we make mistakes? Yes, we did. Did we go beyond our mistakes to make you feel welcome? I think Sanyal sir, Manish sir and his team went out of the way to make feel welcome. There are so many people here who've been working throughout the event. Rao sir, who's in sports, was doing scores with me. Nalla sir was there for last few days. And so many, Amrita was conducting. And various other people who've been the nuts and bolts. Naming them is like a long list. I'm sure they know deep down their hearts why they're doing it. It's because they enjoy doing it. I won't repeat the winners for you. I'll put that on the panelists because repeating the winners with this long talk of mine will be really cumbersome. And I wouldn't call them winners. I'll call them citation holders. So Ashmit, hold on, you'll get back in your WhatsApp. Thank you so much. I hope we all learned from each other. Whether you did or not, that's your personal experience. I definitely did. Thank you, goodbye. Till the next IPSC Fest, IT Fest, we'll be, of course, keen to see you participating wherever it happens. As a participant, before we wrap up, we'll finish with the national anthem as a tribute to this wonderful nation that we inhabit, and we can freely discuss what we discuss. Thank you so much, children. We'll stand up for the national anthem from our respective places and wherever we are.
In a hurry.
Are you going to Shulek? I will come here. Yeah, let's come in. Okay. Put this on. Yeah. Manish sir. Please await the results on the WhatsApp group. We'll be duly sending the results. Some of the citations and honors to the schools will be received on the courier. All participants will receive their certificates. Some of the citations and honors mentioned by the judges will also receive the physical certificates also. And you'll get the results there on your mailbox or on your teacher's WhatsApp group. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, sir. Thank you, everyone. This brings us to the end of today's ceremonies. However, it's not really the end. The IPSC events for this academic session has just begun. So God bless and Godspeed, everyone.